We are live. Welcome to day 2 of Blue Talks Amplify Your Message. I am your host, Laura Lake, and I am joined today by my co-host, Deborah Hollick. Welcome, Deborah.
Hi, Laura. Thanks so much. I'm so excited about doing this today with you.
Me too. Like some of this is last minute planning. Some of this is trying to figure out like what time zone people are in, and it can be quite a mess when we do that. So I'm just going to playfully make fun for a moment to start off the show. It does seem that we do not currently have a guest to start off, but we are full for the rest of the day. So guess what? You and I get to just chat in whatever way we want to chat for the next 45 minutes. So I'm going to encourage anybody who is joining the show right here at the beginning, if you have questions, now is the perfect time to put them in all the chats so that we have this time to not just talk to an expert or talk to somebody else who's part of our Blue Talks community or a friend of ours or somebody that we've met along our journey, but we get to dive in and try our best to answer all those questions for you. So I'm excited. I'm going to start by asking us, like, what kind of questions do we have? This show is about amplifying your message. So that means 1, we kind of want to have a message, and 2, we kind of want to be able to share that message. So around that very general theme, did you have any like personal questions along your journey, Deborah? Maybe we'll start there.
Oh my, the list is long.
I know, right?
You know, I don't know about you, but I've learned so much since I started being in this business of, talking about, my story and the message that I want to get out to the world. And I feel like you as well. We've been very blessed to be part of Blue Talks, part of, Corey's vision, and which has, kind of become so many of our visions, right? I mean, wow, we've become #1 best-selling authors over and over again, because of being part of Blue Talks. So I'd like to start off with just thanking Corey, if that's okay with you, Laura, and for his vision, and Shelley as well, and for them. Yes. And I should have had mine here.
I was going to ask you which volume are you in?
I'm in Blue Talks 3.
Okay.
And in this special edition with Marie Diamond.
Yes. Okay.
And I'm going to be in the one that's coming up as well. The new one he's going to be putting out, which I'm not going to say anything more about because other people might not know about it. So
I don't know if I knew about it. Okay, now I'm excited. There's always something going on in Corey's mind. He's like, how can I? You know what I really love about Corey, since we're on that topic and it blends right in? He's the type of person that is building a platform, but he does it in a way that pulls people up with him, which I find is a very rare quality. And we're only human, so like we do our best along the way. And sometimes we have tech issues and sometimes we don't. So I love that that's his goal. It's like as he's building a business, he's taking all of these people that you see on the backs of all of these books with him, giving them opportunities, giving them knowledge and expertise, and in a community to share that. And that's really what this show is too. It's how can we have more of those conversations and everybody grow?
Well, and from that, so many of us have also done our own books. Not only are we part of Corey's, but we've done our own. And I love anthologies. And the reason I love regular, books, period. But I really like anthologies for the simple reason that, first of all, like you say, it gives people a platform. It gives people an opportunity to dip their toe in the water, so to speak, of becoming an author without the major expense of doing their own book and writing their own book, because it's not so hard to write a chapter. You can write a chapter quickly. And but writing their own books. And the other thing I love about anthologies is, people are busy these days, right? How many people sit down and read a book anymore from cover to cover? I've heard that it's said people get through the first 3 chapters. And if they get through that, then you're doing pretty good. But very rarely people get to the end of a book. So the beautiful part about Corey's books and the books that we're in, and some of the books that some of us have compiled, is that people can pick it up and read a chapter. They can leaf through, oh, that sounds good. Oh, I'll read that one today. And they can read a chapter and enjoy it and
Mhm.
get some value out of it, and then move on to the rest of their day or whatever they feel like doing, you know?
Nice. So if you didn't realize, we do have our first guest in the backstage, which I'm excited about. I didn't know what was going to happen. Life happens. We get it. So, Lisa, if you give me thumbs up, that tells
Yay.
me that you're ready. So I'll bring you up to stage. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, how are you?
Good. We're
Hi,
just
Lisa.
going with the
Hey.
flow as it happens. So I just want to take this moment to introduce you to my co-host, Deborah, and I'm your host, Laura. I just want to take a minute because we forgot. So Deborah, in like 60 seconds or less, can you tell us just a little bit about you so that the questions that we ask Lisa and everyone else today, we know where you're coming from?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I am a speaker and an author and a businesswoman. I've had my own businesses for, it must be 100 years now, and a very long time. So, and I'm part of Blue Talks, obviously. I'm in Blue Talks 3 with Corey, and also in the special edition with Marie Diamond. And so I speak on a few things. One of the books, an anthology that I've written, is called Live Life in Wow. And WOW is an acronym for wonder, openness, and wisdom. And that book is, I'm very proud to say, still in the top 100 in Canada and the top 200 in some categories on Amazon.com. And we published December 10th, 2022. So, so I'm excited about that. And that's a little bit about me. Other than
Thank you.
that, you know.
Awesome. So, Lisa, I like to start our interviews with something that just kind of shakes up people, because sometimes you can get those pre-programmed responses, the elevator pitches, and really, I want to get to know the human being behind the business. Like, who is Lisa? And then we get to understand why you've chosen those skills, how you've paired those skills, and really how you express all of the skills in business and the message that you have. So, are you ready for my opening question?
Shoot.
Okay, so the question is this. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
I knew you were going to ask this question because I watched yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I did. And I did not prepare, which is what you want anyway.
That's exactly
3
true.
questions. Let's see.
And they're going
Kind.
to change every moment, so don't
Yeah,
worry about it.
they're changing as I'm saying them out loud.
Yeah.
Kind, impactful,
Ooh.
and game changer.
Okay, I really want to know about that last one. do tell us why those words?
Game changer because listen, my mission is to change the world, and I think to change the world, you gotta get out of the box. You gotta do things differently. You gotta ruffle feathers. You have to. Sometimes the things you talk about are polarizing. You gotta have thick skin. You gotta be in the game. You cannot just sit. Like I'm not content to say, well, I don't like the way the world is these days, and just do nothing. I want to be part of the change, and I am committed to leaving the world in a better place than it was when I got here, at least my corner.
I love that. The image that popped into my head was some sort of sport, just kind of pick your sport, and somebody just going out into the middle of the field or the court and just sitting down. They're like, but I'm on the field, I'm on the court, but are you actually playing?
Playing the
or
game.
Are you more of a hindrance because you're in the way of other people trying to progress?
Yes. You gotta play.
Oh, but it's so scary sometimes. So then, has there ever been a time where you're like looking out onto that field or that court, to just continue with the sports analogy, and you're like, but I want to, but I don't know?
Yeah. I mean, I as recently as like a month ago, I'm pretty active on social media, and I like to put my I don't want to say my opinion, but I like to get into conversations with people who may differ from my opinion, and have a conversation. And to my I'll say I absolutely did, mindlessly say I disagreed with somebody, and then I took a nap, and then 2 hours later I woke up and I felt like the entire planet was attacking me, which really screwed me up for a couple days, if I'm being honest, and made me question, is this the kind of work I want to do? And after talking to my coach and having a few days away from it, I realized, listen, if you're going to be changing the world, if you want to be a game changer, you are going to tick some people off, and you better be ready for people to not like you, not hate you, say some really not nice things about you, and have to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that relate to why you got into the work that you do? Can you tell us a little bit more? Okay, first tell us what it is that you do, so that we have some clarity.
Yes,
and then
of
why.
course. So I am a DEI speaker, although I'm kind of rethinking how I'm framing that, but I'm a DEI speaker. I also talk about inclusive leadership, communication, goal setting, motivational, inspirational. And why I got into that is, so I am gay. And when I didn't even come out to my mother just kind of figured it out, because she was like super mom who was like,
Aww.
is there something you want to tell me? And I was like, yeah, after all the blood, left my body. And she was really the person who shaped who I am now, because I was scared to death, man. I thought I was going straight to hell. I was growing up in a Catholic family. I thought I was all kinds of wrong. And she was like, I don't care. I still love you. You're a human. You're a good person. And she was the voice for me when I couldn't be my own voice. And she was the mama bear who kind of paved the road for me to be okay with who I am and who I was then at the time. And so I realized that that's why it's so important to me to do the work I'm doing now, because I think a lot of people just shy away. I know too many people who were, kicked out of their houses and not made to feel okay by their families, and they've killed themselves. They've turned to drugs and alcohol. They never became the person they probably should have become. And so I feel like my mom did that for me, and I want to do that for the other people who need it, who aren't ready to have their own voice yet.
I love that.
Wonderful.
Thanks.
I do hear a lot about DEA, and a friend of mine calls it IDEA, because he also puts access on the end of it as well. I love how people are taking their perspectives, as you were mentioning earlier, and questioning. We were talking about that a lot yesterday. It's like the rebel. What is that rebel part of you that says, I get that this is the standard or the thing that has always worked, but what about questioning it? Can't it be better? Can't we evolve it? And so I love how you bring that back up today. It feels like it's going to be a theme all week. So can you tell us a little bit about your rebel side then?
I never considered myself a rebel, but I think that my mom raised 4 very outspoken girls who've grown into women. And, she taught us that it's okay to speak your mind. She taught us to protect other people. She taught us to accept everyone. And, so we're a bunch of bleeding hearts. I mean, if you want to put a label on it, where we, we care about people. We don't like to see people be hurt. We don't like to see people get taken advantage of. It's important to me to acknowledge another human wherever they are and whoever they are. And, it could be as easy as smiling at someone when you're in an elevator with them, or as important as coming to someone's defense when they're being bullied. It runs the gamut. And I think that all of us girls had that. I'm just the one who chose to do it for a career.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough place to be. But I do think it's one of those traits, whatever word or label or unlabel you want to put on it, like that questioning. really that's that curiosity, which I was asking Deborah about behind the scenes. I'm like, Deborah, don't worry about questions. Like, just come with your curiosity. I think that's something really important as entrepreneurs, as solopreneurs, as people who have a message that are trying to share and get it out there. Because unfortunately, the truth, as you said, was not everybody is going to like us. No. Not everybody's going to agree. So,
and that's okay. That's really actually okay. If I may, I don't want everyone to agree with me necessarily. No. I want to, like, first of all, I'm not always right. I know that you guys probably find that hard to believe already.
What?
But I'm not
shocking.
Always. No, I know. Sit down, have a glass of water. I am not, there you go. I am not always right. And I want people to tell me, like, I think it's important to look at things from everyone's perspective. And, so if I'm just looking at the world from like this part of the, my brain and that's my only perspective, I'm not going to grow as a person. I'm not going to, I don't think, live to my full potential. I certainly will not experience life in its fullest, I don't believe. So to me, I'm like, hey, you got a difference of opinion than I do. Let's talk about it. I think a lot about what happens with DEI and, DEA, as you call it, and some other people say DEIB, whatever letters you want to use. I think a lot of what happens is people aren't listening to understand. They are listening to respond, or they are listening to take the opposite stance. And I think that's where that, butting of heads is where we get in trouble.
Yeah.
Do you think, Lisa, for a minute, if we can go back to your experience where you had your nap and woke up to all the kerfuffle, and then this kerfuffle is a good word. Do you not feel that a lot of when people get so obnoxious about something and disagree with somebody vehemently, that it's out of fear? I believe that a lot, of prejudice and bigotry and all of that just comes from fear. People who haven't been able, maybe they haven't had the opportunity or taken the time to find out about someone else. Why do they think that way? Why do they eat those foods? Why do they like to dance in that certain way? They just people get so fearful of change. So do you not feel that maybe that might have been part of the, I don't know, being vile on social media?
Yeah.
Or
Deborah, you hit the nail on the head. I think it's a lot of things, but I think fear is absolutely one of them. I think it's fear of what we don't know. Fear of what we don't know. And I'll just speak from my own point of view. I do not like change. I do not like things that I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with it. I really have to push myself. But what's great about that is when I do push myself, I either find out, it's not for me, I don't like it, or I find out, oh my God, I wish I'd been doing this all along. Yeah. So I think a lot of times the fear of the unknown is what stops us from having access to other things and other people. And I also think that it is a bit of nurture and environment as well, because, like when little kids are born, they don't know hate. They don't know they can't do things. Nobody has gotten to them yet, so I think that being in that conversation with those people who didn't agree with me, at first I was trying to respond to every one of them in a respectful way, in a way of, how can we talk about this? And listen, I learned two things. I don't have to fight every battle, and that some people just don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They're never going to hear it. Either, like you said, Deborah, they're afraid of it, or they have been so indoctrinated. And so, this is the way their parents raised them, or this is the friends that they hang out with, or whomever it might be, that they're not even going to be able to, like crack open just a little bit to hear a little bit of what I'm going to say. They might find that they agree.
They're right fighters. They're right fighters. They just want to fight to be right for what they want to express. Doesn't mean they're right. Doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means that
Right.
they want to be right in what they say, and they're not open to listening.
And I have sympathy for those people.
Yeah.
And I've learned, you know what? I don't have to change. I don't have to change their mind. It's not my responsibility to change their mind. That's their job.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
can
and
share. We share what we have to offer. You share your gifts. Laura shares hers. I do my best to share mine. You're right. A lot of people aren't going to like us. Our messages aren't for everyone. And I think that's one thing when we first start out in even writing. You know, it's like so wounding when the editor wants to change what you've said.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's like a knife through my heart. I wrote that from my soul, you know, and then you go, oh yeah, okay, it doesn't bring the story forward. So, you know, maybe we can get rid of it.
Yeah.
You know, so we learn that as time goes on. And I guess, you know, in my, you know, few years around the sun, you know, that I've learned that I don't have to change everybody's mind, that I can have a little bit of an impact. And I'm okay with having a little bit. I'd like to change the whole world. Sure we would.
Wouldn't we all?
You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean,
But
I
we're not
consider it a
gonna.
success, though. I mean, we're not, I don't think we're going to change the entire planet, but I think by changing whoever it is in our corners, that it will definitely affect, you know, it's like, I think if we go into it thinking I'm not going to change everybody, then I'm probably not going to change anyone. But I have to go into it thinking I you know, like I welcome people who disagree with me because I want to have that conversation with them, because I can be wrong and I can, you know, I do need to see other perspectives. I would say a majority of my friends don't look at the world the same way I do. And it's interesting because we cohabitate, and even my sisters were like, well, you know, nobody ever discriminates against you that you know of because being gay. And I'm like, yeah, I don't, but that's not why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm doing what I'm doing because people do discriminate against other people, not just for being gay, but for being Black, for being female, for being neurodivergent, for being, you know, older, for being a woman, for whatever it might be. And
Red
so
hair.
to me, exactly. Yeah,
It's like,
the redheaded
redhead day?
stepchild. Yeah, exactly.
For being overweight, for being too skinny, for
Yes,
being too
yes.
short, for being
All
too
of the
tall.
things.
You know,
Yes.
it's like it's crazy. But I think one of the wonderful things is, first of all, you open some dialogue on that conversation with these people. And people hide on social media. Like, let's
Yeah.
face it, they say things that they would never say in a
Yes.
conversation with you because they get to hide. And I think it's important for people, you know, especially young people, to realize that, you know, people say things that are just absolutely goofy, you know, in my opinion, you know, because they get to hide behind social media and they don't have to be who they really are. And, you know, they can make up goofy names and be whatever on Facebook or anywhere else. So I think it's wonderful that you've opened the dialogue and kind of brought some of that to light. I think that the best we can hope for people like us who do want to change the world, because that's what my WOW movement is about as well, the wonder, the openness, and the wisdom. And I think the best we can do is kind of open up people's minds a little bit to try and embrace change, try and embrace a different idea, a different modality, a different something.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, you know, something I heard a speaker one time, and she said, I'm not going to say exactly the way she said it, but she basically said, to see the world differently, you have to change the lens that you're looking at the world through.
Yeah.
And you know, that just blew my mind when I heard it, because I was like, yeah, because I mean, at that point, I was only looking at the world through this, you know, through this lens. And I think a lot of people are only doing that. And, you know, everybody always says, what, you know, what do you want your superpower to be? And I always say, I wish my superpower was to know the truth, because I think what people say and what's actually real are two entirely different things. Because we're afraid to put ourselves out there. We're afraid to say what's real. We're afraid to say how we feel. We're afraid to be disliked or made fun of or attacked, in my case. And, you know, so I'd always love to know what is really going on in people's heads, because to your point, Deborah, I think a lot of times they are afraid. They're afraid that you're going to take something away from them. I don't want to take anything away from anybody else. I just want everyone to have an, I'm not going to even say, how am I going to say this? To have the same opportunity and to have the tools that will allow them to have the same opportunity, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
I want to dive just a little bit deeper into the message that you have for people. Like if you could just sit somebody down. I know the typical question is if you could go back and talk to your younger self. Now, if you could sit somebody down that was your ideal client, like what kinds of things would you say to them?
Wow. I think I would say that to listen to what people are saying, to look at their actions. To me, I've always been, my mom, again, comes up everywhere. She taught me to be a servant leader. And I think that servant leaders are, kind of fallen by the wayside, I think. And I think servant leaders are like, I don't need to win. I'm not trying for me to win. I want us all to win. Like, I want to give you all the answers, Laura, to the test so that you win. And if I'm giving you the answers, that means I'm giving you all the tools and all the information and everything that you need to do so that you're going to get the answer right. And I think that I think being transparent and sharing and, letting people see you're good, you're bad, you're ugly, letting them know the score. I mean, we had a family business and we did all of those things. They knew financially where we were. They knew where we were, our challenges. They knew, what was good, what was bad. And let me tell you what, I might be straying off topic here again.
It's all good. I'll bring you back.
I'm Cuban and Italian, and I do that, so you might have to come back.
I was like, where are all the hand gestures? Stereotyping, yeah.
There
you go.
Is that.
Perfect.
But my parents had an inspection and engineering firm, and the housing crisis in the United States kind of just obliterated our business overnight. And my parents were not DEI experts by far and away. But when it became apparent that we had to close our business because we lost so much business, we lost a lot of receipts that we should have been paid for. And I can remember sitting in front of those guys and telling them, hey, we're not sure if we're going to pay you. We're not sure if we can pay you. We're not sure if your car's not going to get repossessed or your phone's going to get turned off or your gas card's going to, we don't know that we can offer you any tools or anything. And I want to tell you that because my parents were in their own way, I would say they're experts on people. These people stayed till everything was done, till all the clients were taken care of. And their last question to me was, are your parents going to be okay? They didn't care if they were going to be okay. They didn't care if they weren't going to get paid. They didn't care if they had to pay for stuff out of their own pocket. They wanted to honor my parents. They wanted to make sure my parents were okay because my parents had taken care of them that good. They had honored the diversity. They had included everybody. They made sure everyone got a fair shake. And if I would cut my teeth on DEI anywhere, that's where it was. And so this story shows me you don't need to spend a ton of money. No. You don't need to do anything flashy. You don't need to be a DEI expert. But, and again, I have gone off track here, but I think that's what I would say to people.
No, I love that story because that's exactly what we're talking about here is the messages, but messages are so much more pronounced and internalized when we add those stories to them. So that story that you just told me, oh my God, and it helps for those who aren't familiar with diversity, equity, inclusion, access, like all of that type of conversation, that helps to put it in perspective.
Totally.
And I did ask you what your message was. So that story is a part of the message. But now, as you were talking, it made me think, I love analogies, okay? So basically my mind constantly thinks in movies. And if I can't make a movie or some sort of picture out of what you're saying, it's very difficult for me to understand. So as you were speaking, I'm imagining life as an open book test. There's calculators everywhere. There's code books everywhere. There's the internet everywhere. And so now our job isn't to memorize and to learn everything, is to be able to use and have access with all of the diversity and
Yes.
including all the perspectives, so that everyone in life, just as you said, can elevate, and we have a stronger foundation to keep building.
Totally.
Did that sum it up for you?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not in this to make anybody be less than or
No.
better than. I just want to make sure that people get what they need to, we're all humans on the same planet, right? And, are there bad people? Of course there are bad people. But I think sometimes the people that we think are bad really aren't bad. They're just different than we are. And to Deborah's point, we're afraid because they're different, they look different, they sound different, they eat different food, they have different opinions, whatever it might be. They're different, and different scares people.
Yeah. So then how have you chosen? Today we're just going to focus on all the different ways that we've chosen to share our message. Since this is Amplify Your Message. Yeah. How do you share? Like, do you write? Do you sing? Do you do art? Do you do poetry? I don't know. Like, tell us, what are your forms of sharing your message?
Yes.
All of the above. Got
it. So I actually do art, and my art is, my art does have messages in it. And I use art in my presentations. But I have written a book, which I stupidly don't have one near me. But I did write a book that it's not about DEI. It's a small book about goal setting, but I try to be as authentic as possible in my life, anywhere I am, whether it's online, whether it's in the organizations I belong to, whether it's in like I said, in an elevator with someone I don't know. And I think, I always used to call myself the worst gay because I wasn't really, I'm literally for years, I called myself that because I'm not, I didn't go to the gay pride parades, and I wasn't like a big fan of the whole thing until I realized how many people were being marginalized. And that kind of really stirred things up between, Black Lives Matter and LGBT. I live in Florida. The climate for trans people in Florida is god awful, and so many people are moving, and that just doesn't sit right with me. So I guess to answer your question, Laura, I just say what I say, but I don't want to be someone who shoves things down people's throats. I just want to have a conversation with people. I want to bring things up. Some people are like, why are you always talking about that? Why do you have to keep mentioning it? And, I would say that every time in the world that we've seen advances, it's because someone didn't shut their mouth. So women being able to vote.
For that, yes.
Really, so women being able to vote, Black people getting rights, women getting more rights, LGBT getting more. I mean, every place in the world that I think that you see people moving forward in development, you've heard there's someone who just kept talking and kept speaking up. And so that's why it's important to me to speak as often as I can, whether it's in a professional setting, where I've been hired to speak at a conference, or if it's doing something like this here with you and Deborah, or if it's a blog post or a video I put out on social media or my newsletter or wherever it might be.
Yeah.
I try to get the message out like that.
So I don't mean this to sound stereotypical, but you're going to laugh afterwards. Have you watched Hannah Gadsby's?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I only say that not because you're gay, though I do love that part. It just kind of happened. But because she uses a lot of that historical art in her presentations. I had never seen that before I watched her comedy special.
Yeah, you never know where you're going to get that stuff.
Mind blown. I loved it. So if you didn't watch her, then I would have suggested for you to watch and just see how she bridges the gap.
It's awesome.
Do you use art in your presentations as well?
I have in a very small scale. I'm hoping to start using it more on a more grand scale. But the way I use art for messaging is more as the artist side of me. My drawings always have, my paintings, my drawings, whatever it is, always have some kind of a message and I hope that they like open up a conversation about whatever the topic is. And I love it because two things about art that are really good, and the reason I like to use it with my work is because it kind of does take away that hierarchy, if you will. Because when you're looking at art, when you're doing art, when you're talking about art, it's not a CEO and maybe a frontline worker. It's two people looking at artwork, or two people doing a mural together, or two people painting a whatever, a canvas together. And I think that I have found that art really helps to break down those barriers of, instead of it being like, well, that's Laura, she's the redhead who works on the third floor, and that's Deborah, she's the writer who works on the, downstairs, and there's the gay lady who works up on whatever, and the black person. It's Laura and Deborah and Lisa. And that's what I'm trying to do, is have people see the person and not the outside or the preconceived notion that they might have.
When I was growing
do you notice? Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Deborah.
I was going to say, Lisa, just speaking of art, do you notice that two people looking at the same picture often see the beauty in it differently?
Totally.
Doesn't make it right, doesn't make it wrong. Again, just like people.
Totally.
So it mirrors that as well.
Yes, absolutely, Deborah. Absolutely. Yeah. And I love that about art, because there is no right or wrong. It's only what, like you said, whatever your eye sees is what you get out of it.
I wonder how many group art installations have happened. Like if we just had this canvas, let's just say at the next Blue Talks event, because it would be fun. If we just had this big canvas, gave everybody paint and chalk and like all kinds of different mediums, and just say, go have fun. Like, what would happen? What would that look like? I wonder if those types of
that does exist.
Really?
Oh yeah, they totally exist. And that's actually something I'd really love to be able to do in like as an after presentation, or even during a conference, if you will, is, put up on the wall. I actually have something in September that, fingers crossed, we might be able to do that. But, put up on the wall a canvas, or, one of those big sheets of that brown paper.
Yeah.
And, here's the theme. What does that mean to you? Now go draw it. And I think that art will be able to have people see like to Deborah's point, see something different in everything. So what I might think the theme of acceptance or belonging is, might look totally different to the two of you guys. What might y'all draw? And here's the cool thing is, now that gives me more insight into the two of you.
Yes. That's exactly why I love how it came around. It's like a comedy act. That's my favorite. But that's exactly why I asked that first question.
Yeah.
It's because I want to get to know who is the human being. And then everything that you say after that, we're always reflecting back to who you want to be seen as. And we're seeing the patterns between your message, between how you show up, between the skills you've decided to learn. And for me, it's so much fun, because then I finally have an understanding of who Lisa is before I ever come over here and go, how can Lisa help me?
Right.
Because I don't ever want you to feel like you're a tool that I'm using you. I want you to feel like a human being. And that means I, as a human being, have to get to know you as a human being before we move together as human beings.
Yeah, you do need to interview yourself. I think you said yesterday you need to interview yourself for 45 minutes. I think you do need to do that, Laura, so we can get to know who Laura is as well. Yeah.
I go back and forth. I think this is just so much fun, because just human beings are so interesting to me, because we're all different. And I know that my limited perspective is so limited, but I like to joke. I'm like, you can't see it. Like, I have a tattoo on my back, but I need help. We're a mirror in order to see it. It's the same thing with human beings. If I want to be able to see myself, and I know that I have a very, very deep personality, I can't see that part of my personality without help. Right. And if many of the general population aren't willing to go that deep with me, how am I ever going to get to know myself? I need to find people that question, that give me that other perspective.
That's what makes us better. I mean, that's what makes us grow. That's what makes us more satisfied as humans. And I think, it's hard because nobody wants to look at themselves in a mirror. And I think putting ourselves out there, that's why it's so scary, because you're going to get all kinds of opinions. Some of them are right, some of them are wrong, some of them scare us, some of them will push us to do better, or to correct something, or to look at something about ourselves that needs to be addressed. So what you just said was 100% right on.
So before I ask you like how we find you on social media and stuff, I really want to know why you chose art, because this isn't just about the methods that you've decided to share your message, but like what drew you to those methods? Why does it connect with Lisa?
As a little girl, I would always sit on the ground, lay on the ground with a little pad of paper and a pencil, and I just drew and drew and drew and drew. And I actually was going to school for art. I was going to get my master's in fine arts, and we all know life happens, and I never did get my degree. Not in fine arts. I have an MBA, but has nothing to do with fine arts.
No.
Fast forward to 2020. And, there was that thing called COVID that we all had to experience.
No idea.
And I got COVID like right away. And thankfully I didn't get it really bad. But it was still when we were still quarantining, because we didn't know what all the repercussions were. So I quarantined for 2 weeks on the other side of my house. And after the first 3 days, I was really okay. And I was bored out of my mind. And so my niece was like, hey, will you paint some shoes for me? And I was like, sure, I'll paint some shoes for you. So I painted some shoes for some little softball, themed shoes. Well, a friend of hers saw it. They wanted one. And I think you guys can figure out the story. It brought all my art back up. And now I have a full studio in my house that I do commissioned work all the time. The way that art became part of what I do was it became a part of my life again. And I was like, how can I, I know what art does for me. And I was like, how can I share that with people that I'm talking to? And how can we make that, is it something that will work in the work I'm doing? And it turns out it does. So that's how art came back around to what I'm doing.
I love that so much. Yeah. So Lisa, I just want to make sure that we do find you on social media. So first off, what is your favorite way to communicate so that we know where you spend your time? And then where do we find you?
Smoke signals usually is my favorite, but I would say you can probably almost always find me on Instagram. But the easiest way to find all of my stuff is to go to my website, which is lisademmi, DEMMI.com. And all of my links are there. I think the only one that isn't there is TikTok. But I mean, you can find me online everywhere. Just look up Lisa Demi and you'll probably find me somewhere. But Instagram's my favorite.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
I also wanted to make sure that at the end of the interview that we give you time to just share what you need to share. So, excuse me, if there's something that you needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I'd like to leave people with a challenge.
Ooh.
I think I'd like to challenge everybody to can it be two
Sure.
Kind of? So I'd like to challenge people to do two things. One, get to know someone that you would never, ever even, imagine yourself getting to know. And the other thing is I challenge you to do something nice for people that you don't know every day and see how you feel after 2 weeks. And if you find me on social media, let me know how that worked for you, because I think it would be transformative.
It is transformative. That is literally what I do almost every single day. One of my favorite things is to talk to complete strangers. Every time I go on vacation, I started this new trend of if I've talked to you for more than 10 minutes, I ask if I can take a picture of you. And then I can share this collage of people, random people I've met when I go places. It's God, I don't even remember their names, but look at all the cool people I met.
I did that. I was just in Minneapolis speaking, and my wife was looking through my phone and she goes, "Who are these people?" And I go, "That was the guy who did sound for my speaking engagement. And that was my Uber driver who we had the best conversation." And she's like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. I was like, there was a lady on the street doing some sort of charity who asked us if we wanted to give to the charity. Hour and a half later, we finally walked by. There was a gentleman down on the waterfront doing security for the waterfront as well as an event. And we were just asking him where the bathroom was. An hour later, his manager comes over and joins the conversation. So an hour later, we leave. It's like those types of things over and over. And there's so much joy in people that you never even thought that you would have a conversation with, let alone meet.
You never know where you're going to find the gold. You never know.
So good. It's so good. I'm just going to double check the time because I don't see our next guest, but I do want to be mindful of your time. So if you're more than welcome to stay for a few more minutes if you want.
Sure. Sure. I'm since I jumped in late.
Sure.
I would love to know a little bit more about you guys. Like Laura, I'm pretty sure I've been on the Zooms with you. Deborah, have you been on the Zooms as well?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I've been on.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah.
And the only reason Laura, you stand out is because you're always the one who like summarizes everything. When people are getting off on a tangent, I always look at the chat and then Laura's got, okay, what she said was this, 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 and this. And I'm like, oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Laura's the best note taker. We are so blessed to have her when we're on our Zooms.
For sure.
Do you know why
it's wonderful.
You wear full hats too, Laura.
Aw, thank you. I do it because I need the notes, but I know that I cannot listen and take notes at the same time. So you'll find me in events where I know at least half of the subject matter and I'm typing away because I can. But in events where I don't know the subject matter that well, you'll see very few notes. Or you'll see big notes, but in between, because I can't listen and type. That was an issue for me going through university and through college. I couldn't do what they wanted me to do because it takes concentration. I still have to focus on writing. And so I can't listen and write very well. But I do it because I need it. I do it because it's super helpful for other people. And I do it because this is one of my superpowers. I know that my presence is a superpower. I know that when I walk into a room, like my smile and my ability to literally talk to anybody is something that brings people to me, which is actually how I met Corey. I never even said hi to him. I did all my little tips and tricks, and he came to me after his talk on stage.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And then we had a chat, and he was like, I'm going to take you under my wing. And then I've never left since. So
wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool to know that. Yeah. You need to come down to Tampa, Florida.
Are you guys both down to Florida?
Are y'all both up in Canada?
Yes.
I think Deborah
Come down to the States. Come down to Florida and come visit me in Tampa. I'll show you around. We'll go get some seafood and go to the beach.
No
out.
Seafood. I'm allergic.
Laura's on the East Coast.
Okay.
Laura's on the East Coast and I'm more west. I'm in Alberta.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to
near the Rockies.
Polish up on my, since hanging out with all you guys, that I've been exposed to more Canada stuff, which is good. But I always ask, like, where is that? What do you? It's above something. Like you guys, poor things. You guys always have to go. It's above New York. It's above Seattle. It's above.
I don't know.
You guys have to tell me.
I know a few on the East Coast, a few on the West Coast, and then I just ask people, is that in the middle? Like, and they're like, yeah, it's somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's all I need.
Listen, thank you guys so much for the great conversation. It's a great way to start off my day today. I'm gonna be checking in all day long because I do have stuff to do, but I love this. I love getting to know all of y'all so much better. And let's all, now that we're friends, right? We're friends.
Oh,
right?
we're totally friends.
We're all friends. Let's stay in touch and let's, help each other and see what we can do and how we can all change the world together.
Definitely.
Sounds wonderful. Great to meet you, Lisa. Thank you for sharing your message.
So much.
You too, Laura. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
So this I'll put you in the backstage. There you go. So then this just means that you and I get to hang out some more until our next guest shows up. I told you, you never know what's going to happen. Life happens. I get it. And then sometimes last minute, I'll be messaging people 5 minutes before we go live. Hey, what are you doing in 5 minutes? Nothing. Cool. You should come live with me. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So we were chatting before Lisa came behind the scenes with us about the different ways that we can amplify and share our message. So I know Lisa was talking about art, Are you into art? Do you do any art, Deborah?
No, I don't. I don't think that's one of my gifts. Although I love abstract art, and I still would like to do some stuff. I get ideas, but I'm more speaking and writing. And
Okay.
one of my superpower, I think, is I seem to get be given the right words at the right time for people for what they need to hear. At least that's what I'm told.
Okay.
One I one lady was channeling the other day. We were in a conversation about a month ago, and she said, "Oh, I just got a message." And I said, "What was that? For who? For you?" She said, "It's a message from God. God says you are a divine wordsmith."
Aw, that's so
And I thought, "Oh,
sweet.
I love that." So I've started using it because I think that is kind of my superpower. So I like to share with words and just, helping people get their message out in whatever way I can,
Yeah.
talking individually or through books or through writing, through speaking, through however we can get it out there.
Did you always like to write, or was there ever a time where you didn't think that was an option?
Well, when I was young, I love to read. I love reading,
Okay.
love reading.
Yeah.
And when I was young, I loved reading. And I wanted to always help people read. I wanted every child to know how to read. And so that's still like a real passion for people to be able to read. And uh, so that's one thing. And I think I thought when I was younger about writing children's books and stuff, which I never did. And I don't know that I know I've always been good with words and putting them together. And I've had some wonderful teachers. And I worked in law firms for many years. So I learned how to put stuff together and properly and professionally and that sort of stuff. So I know I'm good at that.
Yeah.
And so getting a message across. But it was when Corey contacted me actually to ask me to be in book 3. And he said he was looking at my Media One sheet and thought that my topics would fit well with Blue Talks. And I was thinking, oh, I don't know about that. I had written a little blurb in another book, like a journal type book that became number 1. So I was already a number 1 best-selling author, but
Mhm.
I never thought that, but then when he encouraged me and, I thought, well, why not? Just, like Lisa was saying, COVID hit. I lost 100% of my income on March 17th, 2020. I had to start doing something else.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of something else prior because, of course, that was before 2020. And, I had dabbled in that, but, so then I just started, doing more of it. And yeah, I guess I found out that I'm not too bad at it, and I'm pretty good at helping people bring their stories out. I
Nice.
learned when I did the Live Life in Well book. Can I show my Well book?
Yeah, of course.
So this is it here.
I did see that cover. You shared that with me before. Yeah, okay. I
And
remember
I've got
the text at the top.
the great people in here.
Oh, some of
So
those faces look familiar.
yeah, oh for sure. You know most of them. I mean, there's Lois and Tammy,
Oh, yeah.
and
Did I see Dr. Catherine on there?
no, not
Or
Dr.
Christine, sorry.
Catherine.
Dr. Christine?
No,
No. Oh, there
Mila.
wasn't.
Mila. Kelly.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah. So Kelly is here, and Tammy, and
Can you turn it around for
Tony.
a second?
Tony Hoffman.
Oh, it's
over
not.
here.
Okay, so the lady in the black, I think it's a lady, on the bottom.
Yeah.
Quick glance, I thought that was Dr. Christine.
No, that's Teresa. Her chapter is that teddy bears really do talk.
Aww.
And
I
it's
still think that I don't think my teddy bears talk, but there's still part of me that, like, my old teddy bears, I can't get rid of them because I always thought of them as human beings and alive, and so I can't give them away. They're just always going to be with me. So this
her
idea
chapter
of,
is about memory bears.
aww,
Memory bears. So that's what she does is pretty special stuff. So yeah, the book is filled with a whole lot of good stuff. So I did, some of the authors in the book were first time writers, and they didn't believe they really had a story or a message either. And
Mhm.
I really am encouraged, I'll say, and proud that I was able to help them develop that. And I love doing that for people.
Aw.
I love doing that. And making it in their words, making it sound like them, because one of the things that I've learned with some editors is that they change your story to the point that it doesn't sound like you.
No.
In one book that I was in, the editor changed it. And I said, no, you can't publish this. You cannot. I won't give you permission to publish this because you've changed the story. It's not true anymore.
Yeah.
And it turned out she hadn't read all my story before she started doing these changes. And I said, that's not what happened. I'm not putting my name on that,
Yeah.
So, and it was just, she didn't mean to do that. She wasn't, it's just that she was going from an editorial side
Yeah.
and what sounded proper, but it didn't mesh with the story.
No.
So we fixed it and everything was fine. But
Nice.
I think it's important that when we are sharing our stories, that it is us.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the energy that comes through.
That was one of the things I was afraid of. So I started doing little bits of writing, like poetry and writing songs, when I was really young. But then early high school, I want to say like grade 9, grade 10, I can't quite remember. One of my English teachers wrote on one of my assignments in red pen, right? Remember the red pen? You will never be a writer. And so from
Why
that
do
day on,
teachers do that?
I know, from that day on, I never even tried. I never thought it was an option. I thought, everything is over for that. That just put it away. So then years later, when I lost my job and just life was kind of intense and I was in a bicycle accident, I had to look back to the things that I used to do as a kid, because I lost so many things that I considered to be my identity that I'm like, I don't even know who I am anymore. So I'm like, well, what did I do as a kid? Well, I did art as a kid. I wrote as a kid. I sang as a kid. I just explored deer trails in the middle of the woods as a kid, following whatever the path led me to. And so I went back to that kind of thing. And a few years after that was when I met Corey. Or I think it was only 2 years after that. And he asked me to be in the first Blue Talks book. And I thought, just like you, oh God, like people are going to edit it. I don't know. And I'm being really vulnerable and I don't know if I want to be vulnerable. That was before I really understood how much of your story do you share? How do I share it in a way that isn't this term that I learned called trauma dumping on people, and really getting them to like come on a journey with me without spiraling. And so I was really trying to figure that out as I was writing. But then to have the editor come back and not change a whole lot, other than the only comment she gave me was, you put in a lot of commas. I was like, that's how I talk. So every time I took a breath or I would pause, I'd put in a comma. So, but to have that feedback that there wasn't a whole lot to change, and that she didn't change my voice, or the team didn't change my voice, it just made that entry into writing so open and caring and supportive that now I want to do it more. The #1 best-selling author was just bonus. And then we found out with the Blue Talks community lately that first book, the #1, the volume 1, wait, there I am. Okay. It hasn't left the charts since it came out. I'm like, really? It's been 4 years and it hasn't left the charts? I just want to have a dance party. That is so exciting to me. But that also tells me this. People want to hear your stories. People need your messages. People need to hear from people who aren't like the best writers in the world the truth, as Lisa was talking about earlier. We need those different perspectives. So if the same person has the same story And let's say there's a whole book dedicated to that same story, but from 10, 15, 20 different perspectives, you're going to learn something new from each one of those stories. And this is why it's important. So why is it so important for you to write, Deborah?
Well, exactly just what you said, to be able to share that and help somebody somewhere. Speaking of that, exactly. And this happened actually in a Blue Talks event. Can't remember if it was in Corey's one of the boot camps, or I can't remember exactly when it was, because we've been to a lot and we enjoy them.
Yes.
And we meet so many people. But I, on one of them, was talking, and this is a while back, about the book that I would like to write. And then one of the messages I have about the bully lives within.
Yes.
And I received a LinkedIn contact request, connection request. And I accepted, of course. And, she had mentioned that she heard me on Blue Talks. And she said, "Thank you so much for talking about that. Your story," she said, "is almost word for word for mine." She said, "I'm so glad you're writing this book and talking about it." And that just solidified the fact that I am going to write this book, because no, I'm not the only person out there.
Nope.
There are other people with stories similar to mine that will feel maybe vindicated or empowered, or because I'm not writing it from a victim perspective. I'm writing it from an empowering perspective, and that's what I want it to do. And it's not going to be a big long book.
Nope.
It's not going to be a big long book. It's going to be something short and easy, and I'm hoping very impactful and powerful. And I want to get that message out there to people, that of how we can help that what happened to me and this other lady and many other people not to happen to others. Mm. Because I spent many, many, many years squishing down what I felt my what I could have accomplished, what I should have, would have, could have.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yeah.
That sort of stuff. So I want to get that message out there. It's not going to resonate with everybody either.
No.
There's people that have been through a lot worse trauma than I certainly have been. But I internalized that. I internalized it, and kids internalize stuff. And it doesn't have to be a big, beat you up kind of thing. It can be something that someone might think is insignificant that affects you for the rest of your life.
Yep. Yeah, and like the red pen on my paper.
Exactly. The teachers that said, you shouldn't. Well, why did teachers say that? I hope, that teachers now are wiser than what they were when we were younger in some ways. I mean, I know they were doing their best, and, they were probably trying to steer, you in different direction, I guess, of where they thought your strengths were. I was very blessed with the teachers I had. I mean, I had some great teachers, and they were very encouraging. And I mean, back in my day, we had to do speeches and stuff. And so whether you wanted to or not, you got up there and spoke. You had to recite poetry. You had to do it. So you better just do it, because you're getting marked on it. And I happen to be pretty good at it.
Yeah, I didn't mind reading from the books. Like, you'd have to read Shakespeare. You'd have to read one of the novels that they chose. I always hated the novels that they chose. I'm like, why are you forcing me to read things? I'm going to stick with my Nancy Drew and my Archie comics over here. And then I'll read that, but I won't really pay attention to anything that you tell me. Now that I'm older, I see why they shared it with me and why it was important and why we talked about it. Not just to learn all of the English language or the English concepts or processes and all those things. Words are eluding me right now. How ironic. I know, right?
In grade 8.
That's why I love writing, because writing, when I speak, it comes so much from the heart, which is what I learned about doing those speeches in high school. Why I hated speeches was because I needed to memorize it. It was so cerebral that if I didn't get it word for word, I wouldn't remember what came after. If I missed one word, the rest of my speech would not be good. I'd be completely nervous. I'd cry, like all the things. But yet I could go up on stage and I could improv the whole thing. That's fine.
Yeah, I was taught differently than you. We were allowed to have like cards.
Oh, I had cue
Where
cards.
we could have some points, you know. So our teachers, or my teachers, taught me that you didn't have to memorize the whole thing. And to this day, I don't memorize my stuff when I speak, but I do have the points. Like Corey likes to use pictures. I love using pictures, and I love PowerPoint for that thing, because you can make people laugh. They don't quite know why they're laughing. They don't know how the picture fits in, but it, jars your memory, and that sort of stuff. But when I was in grade 8, the teacher that we had, he taught us pretty much everything, would read to us. Grade 8 students, he'd read to us after lunch, and he'd say, "Put your heads down on your desk and listen, because you're going to have to answer questions."
Yeah.
And he would read different books to us, but one of them was Jean Valjean. So, the story, Jean Valjean, Les Miserables. And he would read to us, and his voice was wonderful. And he was French, so him reading Jean Valjean was even, better for us. It was like, it was almost like being in the theater when he'd read. And then he would question us, and it was just a wonderful way. And of course we had to do some, reading and stuff aloud too, but that's how and every after lunch, was literature, and that's how we learned.
I loved that. Now, I don't know if my teacher specifically told me that I needed to read line for line, word for word, or if that was just my impression of what it's supposed to be. But we did. I had cue cards, but I would always, because I didn't read a whole lot, it was mostly comics and stuff, I would skip lines. And I write in an angle, so it was really easy to skip lines, and I just couldn't find myself. And then I would be flustered thinking I had failed, which was my biggest nightmare at the time. But what I learned in I think it was grade 10, it was a French speech that we needed to do. But the thing was, we could do a talk on anything we wanted. She wasn't grading us on the subject matter. She was grading us on our French. So she's like, just write a speech about whatever you want. It has to be so long, so many pages, that kind of stuff. You have to submit it beforehand so that she can make corrections, and you can correct it before you actually do the speech. So I'm like, what do I want to speak about? And I chose philosophy because it was something I was interested in at the time. All of these concepts and ideas that were questioning science and questioning the way that we thought, I loved all of that. For example, if a tree falls in a forest, Deborah, and there is nothing there to hear it, doesn't make a sound. Does it? Do you have an answer for that?
It depends on how you want to look at it.
So I would take a whole bunch of questions like that, and I would ask the questions. I would take that scientific method and apply it and go, okay, what is sound? And this is why I love definitions so much. Probably from that moment of, wait, I can answer things if I really understand what the definition is, what the boundaries are, how things interplay with other things. And for that one, if a tree falls in the forest and there's nothing, not no one, but nothing there to hear it, the definition of sound is there's a vibration and a receiver. So if there's no receiver, it's not sound. It's just vibration. And I was like, oh, I can answer questions. And so this whole speech was things like that, where I got excited because I could find answers and I could talk about the things that I loved. And I found myself not great in French, even though my dad is Acadian French, which is probably why I was bad at French, because he was all slang, old school, like really old style French, trying to learn this new Quebec and France French. So after doing this speech, I just naturally would find the words. I would make things up. And that was the first time that I wasn't nervous. A little bit of nerves, but I was too excited to let it stop me. I was too passionate to let it stop me. So this is what I'm asking of everybody that's here as guests, as my co-hosts, everybody watching. what kind of messages, what kind of topics get you excited, where you can't help but share. You can't help but just make up the words as you go and do your best in the moment.
Sometimes you just have to make up the words as you go. You
Yep.
mentioned you used to sing when you were younger.
Oh, yes.
I did as well.
Did you?
And I had to sing at a banquet.
Ooh, okay.
There were 500 people at this banquet,
Yeah.
and I was singing solo at this banquet.
Yeah.
And I got up on stage, and the only part of the song that I remembered happened to be the French portion in the chorus.
Yeah.
And here I am on stage, 500 people looking at me, listening to me. And I have no words. I made every word up to the song. And this is when I realized I think I channel because I got a standing ovation.
Nice.
And in the meantime, the pianist is looking at me when I'm singing. And I'm looking at her, but I'm still singing. I don't know
That
what
sounds like
words
my
came out of
everyday
my
life
mouth.
at home. I'm making fun of my daughter.
Oh,
One of my favorite songs is called Making Shit Up As I Go. And literally, I'll just sing whatever words pop into my head to just share whatever it is we're doing or seeing. Or
but that happened to me when you say about making things up. And
oh, yeah.
it was pretty traumatic, but I'm thinking, okay, well, I must have stayed on key.
Yeah. I really
So
do love singing. Singing for me,
I do.
it's not about the lyrics. Singing for me is just sound. So music is sound, lyrics are sound. So I sing in, I think it's up to 17 different languages, and I really only understand one. So I have no idea what I'm singing, but it's because all of those sounds, the tone, the melody, the cadence, like all of it, it has an emotion behind it. It has a feeling behind it. And when I sing a certain song in a certain language, whatever that happens to be, it's a way that I can express that version of me that I felt like I couldn't express in any other way. Writing couldn't do it. Art couldn't do it. And it was just this release. I needed to let it go. And when I was younger, I would use singing as my way to let go, to deal with stress, to deal with anxiety. And I would be gone for like 6 hours by myself, walking the shore with the old CD player, the old like tape Walkman, right? The horrible headphones that just broke all the time. Hours. And it made me feel so good. And I never understood why until a few years ago.
I used to sit on the swing. I grew up in the country on a farm.
Yeah.
And I used to, at night, I would like to sing. Well, daytime too, but at night, I would love to go outside and sit on the swing. And we had a beautiful German Shepherd dog, and he'd be right there making sure I was okay.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, I'd see my mom or my dad look out the window to make sure that I was all right. And I remember I would just sing to the stars. That was my audience. I just sing to the stars, and I would just that was it. And I'd see the northern lights, and it was just so exciting. And it was just, that was, yeah, I loved it. And I love to sing.
Yeah.
It's not something I do as much as I used to. And I do kind of miss it and should really get back into it. There I go with the shoulds again. But it is something that I want to be doing again. And I do love it. So it's special. Yeah.
It really is. At the last Experts Boot Camp was the first time in a long time that I sang in public. Like that wasn't karaoke. Karaoke, I did that for the first time after speaking at Harvard a couple years ago, which reminds me I need to send in stuff for that. But what I did was I took a really good song, which I loved the energy behind, but it had more of a negative connotation to it. And I switched it. I switched the lyrics to be all positive, empowering kind of things because her lyrics and her voice was empowering. So I'm like, what if I just switch it to be what I do and make that my introduction? You know how the coaches every year or every time, hi, I'm Laura, here's what I do, here's why you should have a coaching session with me. It's free, you know, that kind of stuff. I made it a song. I'm pretty sure my voice was shaking so bad. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but my heart was racing, my hands were going crazy. But then because of that, I had posted on my Instagram, I was trying to be consistent with stories and reels and that kind of stuff, just trying it out because I've never had consistency. I posted about fear and how it can stop us from doing things. So I'm going to be posting later this week a video of me singing. And then later that week, I did. But I had my hat on and I had my eyes covered. And I was like, don't look at me. Because it takes courage to do that. It takes courage to put yourself out there. And as Lisa was saying earlier, we need to play the game. We can't just sit in the middle of the field or the court. We need to engage and interact. So.
And singing is like speaking, and I mean, it's a different form of speaking, really. So, you know, it's expressing, you know, your voice in a different way, the same as writing, the same as acting, same as art. It's all expression. And you know, and it makes us all vulnerable.
It really
and
does.
it's hard to be vulnerable when you've been taught not to show that part of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've been taught, you know, to be strong and to be this and to be that. And then now somebody's saying, be vulnerable, let people know. And you're going, what? I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think the world cares about that crap. You know, they don't care to hear that about me. But I go back to the wonderful woman who had the courage to share with me that my story was her story.
Yep.
And I think that took a lot for her to do on a personal one-to-one. I got her name, you know, we're sharing this on LinkedIn, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know that she really knows the courage that she gave me by her vulnerability.
Yeah.
And the strength that she gave me.
Oh, yes.
And, you know, I fully intend to, you know, be in touch with her when the book is done so that she gets a copy. But yeah, so being vulnerable in however we choose to express it,
Mm-hmm.
you know, is hopefully some value for someone somewhere.
Yeah. I went to an entrepreneurship event in Toronto way back in 2016. That was the same year that I did my very first professional talk that wasn't acting. I was like, I've been acting since I was 4, but a professional talk felt completely different to me. So I went to this entrepreneurship event, and the whole time I went with this intention of, I have this story that I want to share. But if I share it, I feel like my business is over. I feel like people will reject me again before things ever get started. So then how do I balance or find the harmony within that vulnerability and the courage and the trying to be professional and not be seen as weak, et cetera, et cetera. And I went into this one session. They were talking about your introduction, your bio, you know, those kinds of things where you start off your talk and here's your introduction. So they gave their professional introductions right at the beginning. And as soon as they were done, I was like, question. Well, it was standing room only. I was way at the back of the room, like behind a column, because that was the only thing left. And there's little old me behind the tall people. And they're like, yeah. So I tell them, like, what if the reason behind what you do is something more vulnerable? Like, what if it's, and it took me a little while. I'm like, what if it has to do with mental health? And they're like, hold on, we'll answer your question, just not right now. And I'm ready to bawl my eyes out at the back of this room, hoping that nobody saw me because I just blurted to probably 200 entrepreneurs that I want to talk about mental health because it's part of my story. And I'm thinking, oh God, they're all rejecting me. I don't want to meet any of them at networking later. Further into the seminar, they start talking about how, yeah, that was our basic professional bio, but is that really a helpful bio? Is that really a good introduction? And they're like, here's our real one. And then they start to do another one that had the same kind of framework, but brought in more of their personal lives and why they do what they do, not just, I have a Harvard MBA or whatever. It was, oh, you had an accident when you were younger, and this is why you went to go get your Harvard MBA. Okay. Now you could feel the whole room just that silence, that hush. I was like, this is exactly what I need to learn. This is exactly what I wanted them to answer. And they were looking at me the whole time, and I'm still trying to hide. But that whole room finally understood what it was that I wanted to do and what I was trying to say. That was my first real introduction to vulnerability and how it really connects with people, but yet you do have to find that balance. And so then I spent years learning before I even met Brene Brown. So
I think a lot of people, or I won't say a lot, I think some people overshare. There can be too much vulnerability.
Oh, yes.
People don't know how. I don't believe people have to know every detail.
No.
First of all, I don't think they're interested in knowing every detail. I think it makes them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm uncomfortable when people overshare, I think.
Yeah.
People I don't know.
Yep.
And that's the same, just taking it back to writing. One of the things that I've learned and I think is valid, and I've tried to share with, the authors that I've helped write their stories and who are in my book, and who, the new authors that'll be in the second book that we're coming out with shortly, is you're writing for the reader.
Yes.
Your first draft is for you.
Yep.
To
get
it all out there. But you're writing for the reader. So as you edit means reduce. It means change.
Does it mean double it up? I'm going to get shorter as you say this. Hold on.
And so when I say to people, you're writing for the reader. So you have to look at it that way. Is it bringing your story forward? Is it something that enhances the story?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're making it work.
Is it something that enhances the story? And I think that's the same whether we're doing an introduction, whether we're doing a speech, whether we're doing a talk on stage, or we're writing, or whatever. Is it enhancing what we're trying to do? And I think that's important for people to take note of.
I do exactly what you just said, Deborah. When I write for the very first time, I excuse me, I actually started writing a diary at the top of my writing. I have a list of things that I want to share, and then I have a list of topics or stories that I want to hit, and then I write myself an intention. Like, what is the intention of this article, of this book, of this chapter, whatever it happens to be, so that I can always go, what was I saying? And read that and know what I need to do next. Then I write a diary of, while writing today, here's how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, etc. So that if I'm ever missing something, I can go back. I can go, oh, that's how that connects in. Okay, I don't have to delete that, or that doesn't make sense. I need to delete that. Then I really started to dive in on those dark days, the ones where you don't feel like writing. You're like, why don't I feel like writing? Write that down in the journal, because there are going to be little tidbits here that are actually the clarity that I need to explain some of these things later. So that in those moments where your reader is trying to get through a piece, there's going to be stopping points. My stopping points might be their stopping points. So if I can address them right now, great. And then I'll write a copy where I don't delete anything. I'll just turn paragraphs red to say no, and they'll literally just be chunks of paragraphs everywhere. And then I write another one, just like copy paste, and I try to put it in order. And then I edit that down and I create a third copy, which is finally what I give to people.
Well, and that's good. Mila Johansson, who's an awesome author and writer and teacher, One of the things her line is just blather it all down. The first copy is just blather it all down.
Yeah.
And she's right. It feels really good to just do that,
Yeah.
to just blather it all down. So,
because I know that sometimes I'll write a really great sentence, but it does not make sense in the paragraph. But it has maybe a word or a phrase or something that I will need later. Or maybe it highlights a thing that I couldn't articulate before that I need to articulate later. But every time I write, because it comes from something personal, I find that every word I write on the page, whether it gets into the end draft or not, it's like that hidden piece of me that I finally have been able to let go.
It's cathartic, very cathartic. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know all those big words.
Oh, please.
No, it's not a word.
I think you know a whole lot of big words there, Miss Lee.
Not that one. So what does cathartic mean? Like, I've heard it, but I don't know it well enough to use it myself.
Well, it's like when something's cathartic, it's I don't know how to even put it.
I mean, I can always
know the word, but it's like it's expressing, and it's relief sort of. It's like healing in a way.
Oh, okay.
That's how I describe it. It's like it heals something, or it explains something, or inside ourselves.
The purging of emotions or relieving of emotional tensions.
Yeah,
there's a word for that? I mean, there's probably a word for everything, or practically everything, but when I minimized you, hold on. When your parents are not really educated and you go to a country school, where did my stuff go? You tend not to learn a whole lot of words.
I used to, one of the things, I'll share a little funny story with you. Yeah. So my grade 8 teacher, again, who is a very wise man, when we weren't exactly little angels, we got into trouble, which happened to me on occasion.
Yeah.
I used to argue with him a lot, and he didn't like that. He'd make, instead of, how in the years ago they'd make you write lines, right?
Yes.
Well, yes. He didn't do that. You had to write out pages of the dictionary.
Oh.
So he'd say, okay, you write out, page this and this of the dictionary, and you had to write it all.
I like that better.
So it was smart because you couldn't help but learn some words. But here's the thing. I started to love reading the dictionary. So if I got into trouble and had to write words of the dictionary, I didn't really care because I really liked it.
I had a friend of mine when we were doing a musical in high school, talking about singing. That was the last time I had sung in public for years. There was a friend of mine who played a role where there was this big piece in the middle where he wasn't on stage. He was supposed to be off stage with somebody else. And so he was bored. And we had like the nice 3-inch thick, the sheet of paper size dictionary. He read the entire thing over the course of 3 months of just in rehearsals of that time of him not being on stage. I'm like, why would you read the dictionary? He's like, I'm actually learning a lot. I was like, okay.
It's fascinating. You read some of the words in the dictionary, you'll go, what did you just say? There's a word for that? It's like, I'm telling you, it's quite enjoyable, to be honest. I mean, you're not going to remember every word and everything, or even what the meanings are with the words. You'll get the gist of it, but, you just, it's amazing what your mind picks up, your subconscious carries, and a word that you happen to need somewhere in your life pops back in your head. And it's I found it quite enjoyable to read the dictionary. And but he was a very smart man in his own way, you know, and in some ways I think quite progressive. Like instead of kids wasting their time writing lines,
Yeah.
which, yeah, okay, they're boring, but what are they learning? This way, he taught you something in your punishment.
Mm-hmm.
And something valuable came out of the punishment. Well, sure, you didn't want to write the dictionary out every day. I got to where I liked reading the dictionary, didn't love writing it out so much, but you know, I didn't have to do it too often. But you know, it was smart, just smart. And I think, you know, I think that's one of the reasons I love art. And people, you know, we've been talking a lot today about art, and stuff, because it's not something that I think is one of my gifts. Maybe it is, maybe I've never just really done it, but I really admire other people who are so creative at doing things, like even on Facebook, right? We see people posting these things and I go, wow, like I just love that they were so creative and they thought of that. I would never have thought of that, you know? And I just think people can be creative in so many ways, whether it's, I mean, there's just so many ways to be creative, you know?
I very much do. I used to spend a lot of my time just deconstructing, I guess would be a nice word for it. My radio, my woodworking, like just anything I could possibly get my hands on. I would not break it apart. I would undo the screws, like take it apart, figure out how to work,
Disassemble.
put things back together.
Disassemble.
Oh yeah. And then as I get older, you know, you have all those craft supplies. You grow up poor. It's not like you go buy things. You take the zippers off your old coats. You take the elastic out of your pants. You take a piece of paper that was clear. Oh my God. And you save it. I have this box in my closet. It's like a shoe box filled with all kinds of things, even today, where I've just taken it off of things that I was going to put in the garbage or in the recycle. And I save it so that when somebody's birthday comes up or when something special comes up, I can use those materials just out of habit. I'm not poor like I used to be anymore, to create something. And I never know what I'm going to create. But that's part of how I share my message. Sometimes it's a message of happy birthday, Dad. My dad just celebrated his 70th birthday. And so we had a big surprise party for him. And my mom bought me this great big canvas. And she's like, here, like put some sort of cheers to 70 or something on it. And we're all going to sign it. So I brought out my box, all the different materials that I had. And I created stuff with old wedding invitations and not old zippers, but like I created a Christmas calendar for my daughter. So then I could buy whatever chocolate I wanted and not the crappy little dollar store stuff. So I could eat it too. And I made like little baggies and I numbered them all with sparkly paper. So I used that sparkly paper and I used just all kinds of things. I even had this foam leaf that I created for my very first business branding, where I created a painting with all the little leaves. And my dad's a hunter. So I framed the frame with these foam leaves in gold and black paint. And it's so much fun. What I'm really trying to say here is that with your message, with the way that you share, with the way that you amplify, there is no one right way. Get creative, figure it out. It doesn't have to be
fun. Have fun.
You don't even have to be good when you start. Deborah, you're going to laugh at me for this one. So because I didn't read much growing up, input Archie comics and Nancy Drew books, it was grade 11 or grade 12. I was reading one of those forced novels that I didn't like. And I was trying to sound out this word. I was like, eventually. It's like, oh. It was in that moment where I realized that the word was not adventually, it was eventually. It took me until late high school to figure that out. My mom's from Pictou, and one of the words that we used to make fun of her for all the time, lovingly, is she would say that you have to wash your clothes and wash the car. Like there's no R in wash, Mom. But like when you grow up with that type of thing and nobody correcting you, and I didn't read the novels that may or may not have had those words in it, I didn't know. There was another word. I think it was just last year that I had never seen in writing before. It's just from ear. So I was reading the word and I realized I've been saying that wrong all my life too. Why did nobody correct me? I don't know. But what I'm saying here
Sometimes
is
it's not important.
to have all the skills. Just figure it out.
Yeah. And sometimes it's not important to correct people.
It's not important.
You know, my grandmother, in fact, my sister and I were just laughing about this last night. We never, of course, teased grandma about it or anything. We kind of had a chuckle, but
Yeah.
we'd say, you know, and of course, as we got older, maybe we'd be having a cocktail before dinner or whatever. And so we'd say, Grandma, would you like a drink, Grandma? And she liked Kahlua. And we're of Ukrainian descent. And she'd say, yes, you know, I think I'd like one of those kawulas and milk. A kawula. Yes, yes. And so to this day, we fondly, I mean, our grandmother was the sweetest woman and so much fun, but she couldn't say Kahlua for love nor money. It was kawula. And she never drank much. She never drank much or anything, but and we just have some, you know, we think of her and I can see her in the kitchen and it's just a loving, wonderful memory. Yeah. That we still have a smile about, you know, all these years later. So it's like I say, sometimes it's not necessary to correct people.
I mean, it would have been nice. Like university taught me a lot. Having friends with more education or friends that liked the bigger words. My husband is one of those people. He loves words. Since probably 4 or 5, he wanted to use words like humongous and enormous. And so his whole life, he just used words. But part of the thing that bothered me was late high school when I was learning all of this stuff. And we started dating in high school. He would use these big words and I would have no idea what he's saying. So I would have to look it up. And after high school, after university, I think it was after college too, I bought my very first novel that I wanted to read, which is where my tattoo came from that I mentioned earlier, as well as my daughter's name. We loved it that much. But I picked up this book because of the cover. There was a woman on it. It was a fantasy book. You never see women main characters. So I picked it up. I read the back, and there were 3 words on the back that I had no idea what they meant. Perfect. It was a storyline I liked. It was about things that I only kind of sort of cared about. I didn't care about history. I didn't care about politics. So it was pushing my limits. And I bought this book. And not only did it teach me about history and about politics and about human needs and human desires, it taught me about love in all forms. And then my husband has read this book more times than I have. It's like Game of Thrones meets 50 Shades, a mess of, oh my God, what am I reading? But it was so interesting that I couldn't help but want to read more after that. So the husband, compared with all of these things, just kind of forces you into learning. And so whether you want to become a writer, you want to do art, you want to be a singer, you want to, how else do we share a message? Do poetry, whatever it happens to be.
Dance, people dancing, cooking. People share their message through food, through dance, through, I mean, it's unlimited, really, how people share their messages.
So I'm just going to check to see who our next guest is, let alone where they are. So seems we missed, today's Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is all mixed up. What was Lisa's last name? Was
Demi, Demmi.
Oh, yes. We have another Lisa later. We're supposed to, what time is it now? 12:45 my time, so 11:45. Oh, really? Yeah, we're supposed to be in the middle of an interview with Gloria at the moment. And then Davis Hawn is going to join us at 1:15. So about half an hour. So we have about half an hour to continue our chat. I was like, I just want to make sure. I don't want anybody to feel left out or that they missed their slot. But as
Oh,
I
yeah, we
said,
got to make sure we're checking the private chat there to make sure nobody's waiting.
well, I can see them in the background. So I have admin. This is all Corey stuff. So Corey lets me sign in, then he has to do all the two-step authentication stuff. But I don't bother signing out at the end of the day. Otherwise, I have to bug him every single day to let me in.
That's probably a good idea.
It is a good idea. So if you are watching right now, Deborah and I are here to answer as many of your questions as you want. So if you have questions about anything business, anything, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, not anything.
We'll answer like business
we reserve
appropriate
the right. We reserve the right to perhaps not answer.
I mean, if this was more of a private conversation, I would literally answer anything. My friends and close colleagues know that I'm the type of person who is very open. So if you want to talk about something that is generally taboo, it's not a public conversation that I would enjoy having, but more of a private conversation. Because I really do enjoy holding that space for people to let them be themselves, to work things out, to talk things out. Because that's what I need. I need people to just be there so I can talk things out. So if you have
Private conversation and Facebook Live are different.
very much. So yes. So then you were asking earlier a question. What question do I have? Oh, I want to know, Deborah, personal experience. We'll just make this more of a personal question. On those days where you don't feel like doing anything, how do you enjoy helping yourself get out of that?
I do appreciation. I do an appreciation journal.
Mm-hmm.
I try to do it every day. I have a bit of a routine where I get up, I do my personal thing in the morning, and then I meditate. And I like to meditate, and I like to do different types of meditation. Sometimes it's an activation, sometimes it's just listening to music and going within and being silent. Other times it's a guided meditation. So that's really important to me. And I like songs that are alive. And one of my favorite artists, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but is Andy Grammer. And I love his song, Good to Be Alive. And it is like one of my favorites. So when I'm feeling, well, and I like to listen to it, almost every day because it's so peppy and it's a fun song. And much of his music is like that. And I love the beat. And so I just love listening to his stuff. And I love Latin music, and I love, any music that, makes you want to move and just get peppy. So that usually can, and I don't have, I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't have days where I'm, don't feel like doing anything, but I've also kind of reached the the years of my life where if I just kind of don't feel like doing something, sometimes I just don't.
You just don't. I could get caught in that. Like, I'm not sure how much you know, Deborah, but tend to be very open about how I'm feeling because I am a mental health advocate. And I do know that for my audience as well as myself, like we can go up and down. We struggle some days, we're great other days. And not the last 3 weeks or so, but about a month ago, I spent a month on the couch. Like walking around my house was really difficult. So I couldn't sit, I couldn't stand, I couldn't lay down. It was just hard. But it was because like I would overwhelm myself. I would overwork myself. I would give and not give to me enough, to the point where if I'm not able to walk around the house, like going to use the bathroom was about the only thing I would walk around the house for, because it just hurt. And then it gets your mind down and it gets your spirit down, and then your whole body is down. And even those things that you love, like I love these conversations. I love getting to know fellow solopreneurs and entrepreneurs, especially the mess to message people. It feeds me. I get so excited. But on those days where I'm not doing well, I have to think about, well, can I even show up today? So then I've been asking on social media, what are your favorite ways, as I just asked you, to come out of a day like that? Because I know it's not just me, but lots of people lately have been feeling something where they're just a little off.
Well, I think there's a lot of stuff going on in the energy of the cosmos, in the universe itself, the earth itself. And I think don't beat yourself up when you're having that kind of stuff happening right now, because I think a lot of people are. One of the things that you probably don't know about me
Oh, juicy.
is that I used to be a Kirlian photography practitioner.
A what photography?
A Kirlian photography practitioner.
Kirlian. What's that?
Yep. Kirlian.
Okay.
So Kirlian is the name of the person who invented the photography.
Oh.
And the camera that I had takes a picture of your thought energy.
Oh, okay, yes.
And
I've seen pictures of leaves lately.
Yeah, Mind Valley has been showing pictures of leaves. My camera was different because my camera took pictures of, first of all, your subconscious registers before your conscious does, right?
Yes.
So it was a camera that you put your hand in, and it was a black sleeve, so it had to be dark, and it was Polaroid. And we do 4 different thoughts on one exposure. So you would get a good overview of what your kind of everyday thoughts looked like on one picture. So we would say, think a happy thought. Think first was normal, then was happy, then was frustration, then was perfect, whatever your perfect thought was. And it was absolutely life altering. And so the first time I ever saw my picture, when Dr. Krawick took my picture, and she became my mentor, she was just so wonderful. My energy in that picture was awful. Awful. It was dark and fragmented, like it takes a picture of the auras around your fingers, right? It was fragmented and dark, and some places non-existent, and dark circles of things that I hadn't let go of, and oh my goodness. And I thought, oh Lord, help me. This is what my energy is like. I knew I had to change it. And once you had that picture, it's like you can't unring a bell, Laura. You can't unring a bell, and you can't unsee a picture. So I right in that instant, I made the change. I thought, okay, I have to start thinking differently. I have to change the way I view the world. It's just like Lisa said, that lady who said, if you're going to change the world, you have to view it from a different lens. And that's exactly what I had to do. And I had to change some of the people in my life, and I had to change a whole lot of stuff. But the most that I had to change was me and how I looked at things. And so because I know what thoughts look like and what they look like when they're better, because I'm proud to say that later on, as I continued on my journey and whatnot, I took, you've gone really white.
Usually it fixes by now. Come on, be nice.
You're very white.
I'm just a ghost. It's all good.
Yeah. So, and I did a study, in a workplace, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't know anyone else who's done one of these in the world. But it's one thing that I want to show people and teach people is what thoughts look like. And when I can measure that now, I can pivot my thoughts pretty quickly. Not saying I don't ever have any, thoughts that are negative or unpleasant or whatever. Of course, we all do. You have to have contrast somewhere. So, but I can change pretty quickly because I know what those thoughts are looking like and I know what they're emitting out. So that's one of the things that I love to teach people.
I never
And
thought
one of
about
the
photography as being a form of being able to share your message or
Oh, for sure. Oh, I think photography is huge for sharing a
yeah,
message. But the difference with this is it's energy. And you can see it in living color.
yeah.
And having learned to interpret the messages, it's pretty amazing. So I love to show that to people. I do.
Oh, while you were sharing that with me, I remember how we talked behind the scenes before we started, and I was saying how
Mm-hmm.
yesterday I thought I would put a bucket of sand under my desk. Right now, like my toes are in sand. So we're talking about the energy. I know that one of the most powerful ways for me to feel grounded is for me to stick my toes in the sand. So after standing and after sitting and after being sore, I'm just like, I need a bit of a distraction. I also need to ground myself. So I put the sandbox underneath my desk and I could feel it just as you said. So now I'm curious as to what my photos would look like. But I felt myself go,
Yeah, it makes a difference. I keep my dad made me years ago. He made me kind of a slanted wooden thing for my feet to be under my
oh,
desk, so my feet would be up a little bit.
that's why I have the
And
foam roller.
yeah, now this is a wooden one, right? So
Yeah.
wood is grounding too. And his
Oh, yeah.
idea of making it for me so I keep my feet on that lots of times when I'm working and I have there, and so I feel very grounded. Or when I'm in a conversation like this, there's at least one foot is on that little wooden platform.
This feels so good.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I need to do this more often. So, Deborah, do you have any more questions about?
Oh, I probably have a list. I
Oh, yeah.
probably could make you a list of questions. So, what do you like to do for fun other than sing and art? And what does your family like to do as fun for
Mm,
fun, Laura? How do
well,
you
tie it
express
all in.
yourselves as a family?
Ooh, yep. I was like, just gonna tie it all into business and amplify your message. So, one of the things that we love to do, which we haven't really been able to do, is to go hiking. Just being in the trees, as we were talking about grounding, the whole family, like you can feel us working together. So when my daughter was little, she had to be in front so that we could see her. And she was so little and she was a preemie that her little feet would attempt to like climb rocks and branches and all of that kind of stuff. And so she would be in front. I would be in the middle because I'm slow. And my husband would just make sure that he would follow us in the back. Otherwise, if he's in front, he will just take off. So it kind of keeps the family together. We were in the trees. We had this rock that we called the snack rock because it was this big rock that you could climb up onto and you could see this view of everything around you. And it was big enough that you could have your backpacks and you could have a snack. It was like this picnic table rock. It was great. But we haven't been out in, actually, I lie. We went out a couple months ago, right before I got to the point where I couldn't get off the couch. We climbed Jacob's Ladder here in Truro. So there's a park called Victoria Park, and part of the park there's this really steep, and I mean like, yeah, really steep at some points. It goes between like here and here. It's really steep, and it's a ladder. There's probably 100 steps just on the first section of it. And then you have a little place where the path crosses, so it's flat. You have a little landing. And then it goes up about another 30 to 50 steps. We climbed that. I couldn't walk coming back down. Like, I almost fell to the ground. I had to get my husband to come get me. It was like strangers offering to help me. It was a bad day. But it was really fun at the same time. So spending that time together in a place that makes us all feel like family, like we can share, like we can explore. That's, as we bring it back, that's a lot of what we do with our work, with our message, with our business. It's like we want to explore, we want to create that family, we want to do things together so that we're not feeling alone. Like I love all of that. And then when we do have those bad days, and I'm learning to receive this, is now that I have this community, and I love this community. If you don't know this by now, Deborah, I love this community. I don't know where I would be without some of the people here. Like on my darkest days, they have been my rocks. I just have
it's important
so much.
to reach out, and that's why community such as Blue Talks is important, and that is one of the benefits of social media, I think.
Yeah.
Social media having its negative side and its positive side. There are people that, are able to reach out to others, either anonymously or being part of groups. So I think, that's very valid and important for, some people. And like yourself, I think it's worth it to be able to do that. And, even reaching out individually to people as you get to know them. I mean, some of the people that I've gotten to know through, groups I've been in or things I've done or books and, that sort of stuff. They become like, my best friends. And we haven't actually met in person. I actually got to meet one gal the other day. She lives in Victoria, and she happened to be, coming to Calgary, and I don't live far from Calgary. So she said, hey, I'll drive out to where you are. And I said, oh, okay, you want to drive out? So she did. And, we went out for dinner. But giving her a hug when I saw her was like I hugged, one of my friends I've known forever. And because we've gotten to know each other through the phone and through Zoom and just different things. And I just felt like I knew her forever. I just hadn't touched her before as a person. But, we gave each other a hug and we went out and we had a heck of a good time for several hours. And it was just like, your friend that you just met for coffee the week before. And I'm really blessed that I've got, got quite a few of those people that I Zoom with and chat with and get to enjoy their company and, get to know them on a real personal one-to-one level. Yeah. And that is, the beauty of these kinds of communities. And COVID, as we've all discussed on, that, it was terrible for many ways and many reasons. But there also were some good things that we got to look at that's come out of that. And the fact is that, via, the communication we have nowadays, social media and Zoom and everything else, that we are able to connect across the world. Like we're really living in a pretty spectacular age when you think about it.
Oh, yes. But you hit on that part of the personal side. Like I know most of Blue Talks members as their business, as their message, as that kind of stuff, which is why I really like these interviews, because then I can go, well, who's Deborah? Not just where does Deborah live? What does Deborah do? How much money does Deborah make? What's the status of Deborah? I don't really care about most of those. I care about who's Deborah as a human being. Because then what I want to say is, just because I don't need your skills right now, Deborah, doesn't mean that I don't want to be in your life. Because maybe
I agree.
Maybe you know the people that I need. Maybe you just like to talk about the same things I like to talk about. Maybe you like to hang out in the same places I like to hang out.
Or maybe we need each other sometimes, like those days when you can't get off the couch. Maybe you need to be able to pick up a phone and say, I can't get off the couch, but I can lift the phone.
Heidi and I
don't want anybody to see me, but I can dial your number, and I'm hoping you're going to be able to talk to me because I want to talk to somebody right here, right now.
Yeah.
And friends do that for people. I mean, I've got friends that do that for me. I do that for many, many of my friends where, my friends know I don't care if it's 3:00 in the morning. I really don't. You need to call me. You call me. You can't call me on my cell phone because my cell phone's off. You have to phone 911. A lot of people say, you still have a landline? Yes, I do. And I have it for those types of reasons.
Yeah.
And I have had friends call me at 2 and 3 in the morning
Good.
because they needed to talk. And we'll talk for hours if we need to talk,
Yeah.
because I believe that's important for people. I believe that when someone needs to reach out to you, if you're their friend, you can go without a little bit of sleep.
Yes. I remember one of the worst days on the couch. I was just feeling really bad and I was crying in pain. It was a really bad day. And Heidi messaged me to check in between all of her flights, doing all the crazy things that she does. She's amazing for it. And she checked in. She was getting ready to take a flight somewhere. So she's like, I have an hour before my flight leaves. Call me. And I didn't want to call her. I love having conversations, but I was like, she's going to hear me cry. And she's going to be there like live and in person. We were talking about that separation, social media versus live conversation earlier. It took me about 5 minutes. And she's like, are you going to call me? I was like, yeah. So then I called her. We talked until she got on the plane. And then we talked for a couple more minutes. And then she's like, I need to go. The plane is leaving. But things have changed since that conversation. I had a couple other friends do the same thing to me around that same day. They just, I don't know, out of the blue, they're like, how are you? Just checking in. That simple message means so much. Like, I do want to cry right now because I haven't had a whole lot of friends like that in recent years. And to see that come in without me going, hey, Deborah, I'm not feeling good. Can we talk? But to have people just go, I haven't heard from you in a few days or in a couple weeks. How are you? That means a lot. So.
Oh yeah, it's important, and it's important for people to do those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. You know, in Corey's third book, Blue Talks 3, mm-hmm. my chapter is called "Listen to the Whispers or Get the 2x4." And it's also one of the talks that I did in Alberta, at an Alberta Blue Talks event. And I'm a real believer in that. We need to use our intuition. We need to, when you get that feeling, I need to talk to Laura. I need to reach out to Laura. I need to reach out to so-and-so. Yeah. I don't know why, but something's telling me, do it. Do it. Mm-hmm. Don't wait. You can take that moment and do it. And people say, oh, well, I was busy. You're not that busy that you can't send a text. I don't care who you are. You can't send a text. You can't send a messenger. You can't, nobody's that busy. And if you are that busy, that's not healthy, in my opinion. So, so in the chapter, and I talked about some instances where I should have listened because there were dire consequences when I didn't. And there were times I did listen where I'm very happy I listened because I'd probably be dead had I not. And I mean, and there was, the worst instance where I didn't listen, where I almost was dead. So I've learned, listen to those whispers or get the 2x4. And that goes both ways, I think, Laura, not just for people reaching out, yeah, but for you needing to reach out. When you get that feeling, I feel like I want to talk to somebody, but I don't want to talk to somebody. But something's telling me I want to talk to somebody, but I don't physically want to talk to somebody, that maybe you just do need to reach out, because it does alleviate and it may help you not suffer. And I believe too, I think those of us that have had the lovely experience of having longtime friends and good close friends, where when we feel bad if a friend doesn't reach out when they needed to and they didn't. And even if you have been reaching out to them and they're not reaching out back, and you find out they were going through a bad way, I don't know, I think you feel kind of like, well, I wish they would have reached out. I wish I could have been of service in some way to them.
One of the simple ways I've been doing that is I really love puns, like visual puns. So I'll download something like that. Peanut butter talking to jam. And I'll just out of the blue randomly send one of my pun pictures to somebody and just saying, thinking about you. Or I'll send the little emoji of the envelope with the heart on it. I was like, this is your love note. Just like leave it there. I actually wrote a note from my husband in his lunchbox a couple weeks ago. Sometimes I'll buy sweets and I know that if I don't give him his share, he won't eat it. And my daughter and I will end up eating it. So I separated it as soon as I bought it. I put the cookies in a container. I wrote a love note and then I put it in his lunch bag. And it basically said, this is a love note. Here are your cookies. Like, just left it in his lunch bag.
And he probably laughed. And
He didn't even see the lunch note or the love note, but he saw cookies. His lunch bag is like a woman's purse. There are so many random things in there. Books and cords and utensils and supplements and like so many random things. I think the note just got lost. It's all good.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
he knew, I'm sure.
I told him about it like a week later. I'm like, did you see your love note? He's like,
Maybe
what
he ate it.
No, he didn't.
Maybe it was attached to one of those cookies.
No, it was on the outside. It was Girl Guide cookies too. It's that time of year, so you have to support local. You got to support the young girls. So we bought some cookies. It's all good. Oh my God. So then what do you do, Deborah, on those days where you have way too many crazy things that you want to work on and you're kind of in choice overload, decision overload? How do you pick one?
Are you looking at my list?
Maybe.
Oh, I have way too many. Laura, you might not know this, but I a while back I was thinking, I think I'll just retire.
I think you said that in our first interview.
Yeah, so I was just going to retire.
Yeah.
That didn't last long, and now I have a list longer than ever. So I make lists. I'm a list person, and I like to make lists at the end of the day that I call my done list.
Oh,
My to-do list. Because I really like to be able to check things off and go, oh, I did all that. Like, that's a pretty good day. And one of my friends, I talk to her, well, pretty much daily. She's my closest friend and has been for many years. And she'll say, so how was your day? Well, I say I never didn't get as much done as I wanted to. Oh, that's the story of your life. That's you every day. She said, what did you do? So I tell her, oh my God, I'm exhausted. She says, just listening to you, I'm exhausted. What do you mean you didn't do anything today? She says.
Sounds like my mom.
Yeah, it just sometimes, I don't know. I always have a list longer than what I ever get done. And
but do you start your lists with write a to-do list? And that way it can be the first one that you check off.
No, I don't do that. But so I write a list of things that need to be done. I don't just do it for a day. I do my lists for like a week, what I want to do this week.
Wow.
Because I find if I try to do it for a day, with everything I do, the volunteer work I do and stuff, there's stuff that gets in the way that I have to do. And sometimes I have to postpone other things to be able to fulfill those obligations. So I just, and I've learned that sometimes when I don't do things, I don't really believe in procrastination, to be honest. I know a lot of people say it, and I do say I procrastinate, but I really don't believe that I procrastinate, because I believe we do things when we're supposed to. And I like to take action from aligned energy. So when I'm inspired to do, it's amazing how fast I can get things done. And that's one thing my friend always says too, is that, you're so focused. You can just focus like nobody. She says, I can. If I have to focus, I'm right there. And I believe when we take action from inspired or aligned energy, that it's easy to focus. It doesn't feel so much like work. It just comes together.
Oh, this is all play.
Exactly.
There's no work here.
Yeah. So it's that's kind of how I do it. But I like my done list too. I really do. I like my done list.
Okay, now I have to think of that question for myself. On those days where I have way too many crazy cool things I want to do.
What do you do?
I tend to ask myself, is this something that I want to do personally? Or is this something that I want to do with my business? Because those things tend to be a little more separate now because of my health. So there's more things going on, and I'm trying to get answers for that. But my health is something that I really do need to focus on. And so if it's something personal, then I would probably do it with more gumption and more dedication than something with business right now. And then if it is something personal or business, but mostly personal, is this something that's going to improve my mental health or my physical health, depending on what issues I have that particular day? Because if it doesn't, and if it drains it, I have to say no. Like with this event, I had to train myself for the last 3 weeks to be able to sit in a chair to be able to do this. But then, as you saw earlier, I started standing up. For some reason, yesterday, I forgot that I have a sit-stand desk. And my husband came home and he saw how sore I was. He's like, why didn't you just stand? Because I forgot. I was so sore, I forgot. It's like my plan for today is to start standing, use the chair as a rest, and then to use the sand, as I'm doing now, about halfway through to just kind of reground me. And then if I have to end the day standing again, so be it. So, right.
But you know what? What if you looked at it just a little bit differently? What if you said, to yourself, hey, self, yeah, I get to stand.
I get to
I
stand.
don't have to stand. I don't have to do diddly squat. But I get to if I want to. And guess what? I want to.
I like when people call me out. Thank you. Because that's what I teach people too, but then we still get caught in it.
And we all do it. And we all do it, Laura. We all do it. You're no different than I am.
Thank you.
I get called out on it all the time.
Yeah.
It's easy to teach other people. It's easy to see other people's stuff.
Mhm.
Way easier. It's like, I don't know about you, but when filling out applications for speaking or things like that, I have to tell you, I could do yours for you and with you in
so
a
easy.
heartbeat.
Yep.
I could make you look like just which you are anyway, but I could just make you look fabulous. Do it for myself? Are you kidding me? It's like painful. It's like trying to do my own marketing. I had a marketing business for 20 years, extremely successful.
Nice.
We helped companies get on the map. I had one company that felt that the marketing I did for them literally was the reason they could sell their company. They paid my invoices, no problem, but they bonused me. I said, you don't owe me this money. No, but we want to give you this money because we feel that we couldn't have sold the company without you.
Aww.
And so that's the kind of stuff that I can do for other people. I can market other people. I can get them indoors like you've never seen. Do it for myself. I can't even pick up the phone.
Yeah. Can we focus in on that for a moment? Because
Sure.
I feel like that's a piece that many of us miss, and I missed for the first long time of my business. What is that part of your business? And you can answer this, but I'm asking the audience as well. What is that part of your business that has people to that point where they can't help but just want to throw money, appreciation, gratitude, satisfaction, like love your way? Because if we go back to like the energy of money, that's what it is. It's the gratitude, the appreciation, the, oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you. So then what is it in your business that has people feeling that'll help them spend money with you? So maybe you can have supper tonight or have a roof over your head or that new pair of shoes that doesn't have a 3-inch hole on the side, Laura. I finally got rid of mine. Don't worry. It's all good. But I get to that point because they're my favorite. So then, Deborah, I'm going to ask you that. It's like, what is that in your business right now, as you are, that you think kind of draws that gratitude and that appreciation toward you?
Oh my.
I know, right? Deep question. Love it.
I think it's authenticity.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
I think it's the energy that we emit.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's what is our intention when we're doing our business or our work. Is it just to make money? I mean, we all need to make money. We all want to make
Of
money.
course.
Let's just
Yeah.
call a spade a shovel. You know what I mean? Like we all want to and need to make money. We're not, if we were independently wealthy, maybe we do things for free, and maybe we wouldn't, because sometimes people don't put value on stuff that's free.
Yeah.
So I think that if it's just to make money that you're doing things, you
Oh.
emit a different energy than when you want to really be helpful to people. Like for me, one of my biggest passions is showing people what their thoughts look like. And in the Kirlian photography, showing people that thoughts look like something, and to put that visual so that they can create something different in their lives. And it was life-changing for me. I know that anybody I've done it with before it's life-changing for them. And so for me, that's like a passion. If I could talk about that 24/7 every day, and I'd love to get paid for it. I think it's a valid thing. But if I didn't need money or want, to survive, I'd do it for free, because I just think it's that important in the world. So, and the same with the wow, live life in wow, the wonder, the openness, and the wisdom. I think we can take every aspect, every experience of our lives, whether they're the good, the bad, the ugly, or the indifferent, and we can find that wow factor in there. And when we start thinking in that way and train ourselves, because it takes time, it takes repetition to do that. But when you can take an experience, like I'm going to take you.
Sure.
And I'm
I
going
like
to
being an
say,
example. Go ahead.
you've been open about your 3-week experience or month on the couch, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was physical pain there. There was emotional pain there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There was spiritual pain there.
Mm-hmm.
And of course there was mental health pain there. And it was all encompassing for your life as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you can look back now and say, okay, what was the wonder in that experience? What did it open me up to?
Yeah.
And what's the wisdom that I now get to share with other people and myself? Because we hear everything we tell ourselves, Laura.
Oh, I know. Oh.
So if you can look at that now and find, okay, what was the wonder in that?
There's so much. Oh my God.
Exactly.
Where to start? The first
And
one
what
is
did it open it up to you? So, okay, what's the first wonder?
the first wonder is just the reminder of choosing me. I cannot help people until I choose me first, so that I can fill my
Fill
cup.
your own cup.
Yesterday.
Exactly.
I know, and I think that I am sometimes, but then I've noticed that I'm also addicted to the chaos because it's familiar. It's the safe place. And so if I get caught in the chaos, I don't put me first.
Here's the other thing.
I go into
chaos,
the mode of have to fix things. And then it's
but
me.
the chaos also forces you to feel something.
I know. It also made me realize that I can't wait forever to ask for help. Like, I've had issues my entire life, and some of these issues that I'm only now getting help for started in 2011 after my accident. And I should have gotten help back then, but I'm getting help now. I also know that next year I turn 40. And I'm like, things are going to be harder to make those changes when I get older. So start now. Like, don't keep waiting. I got to start now. If I want my business to be more successful, I physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, all of it need to support me first. Otherwise, how can I support you, Deborah? How can I support the audience? It doesn't work. Like, can you imagine me trying to do this interview 3 weeks ago when the word phone would be difficult or pen would be difficult? It wouldn't work very well.
So
would
that opened you up then. So you found the wonder of that, and it
Oh, yeah.
opened you up to
hmm
realizing that getting help isn't a weakness.
Oh, it's still hard. Yeah. But
Oh, I hear you. Oh, I hear you.
yeah.
Oh man, I
Practice,
mean, thinks I can do everything on my own and can't. So and that became like a very shocking revelation to me
Mm,
that I couldn't and shouldn't.
yeah.
So that opened you up to realizing that not only should that waiting to get help isn't beneficial to me, but there's people there that really care and want to help me, i.e. Heidi,
Not
who
just Heidi, but
you
yeah.
yeah, not just Heidi, but I'm just saying that you used Heidi, so
Yeah,
I'm using Heidi.
exactly.
So and it also made you realize that there's other people that really genuinely care about you and would want to help you move forward from where you were. So,
Yeah.
and what's the wisdom in that? The wisdom is now
I
that
really
here
do.
you are. You don't know, you really do have friends, but you don't know who's going to listen to, say, this conversation that we're having
Mhm.
2 years from now that goes, oh, wow,
Mhm.
I needed to hear this today. I'm
One of
so
the
grateful.
I am so grateful. One of the things that Heidi and I talked about is I'm a very confident person because confidence has to do with my skills. And I know that I have some badass skills. When you grow up poor, you learn to do a lot of things for yourself. Okay. So I've always taken pride in that. What I don't have, and she pointed this out, I love her so much, is I don't feel worthy. I was like, didn't even think about it. But if I didn't have
Part of
that,
that is raising. Part
I
of that
know.
is how we were raised,
Yeah.
you like, for instance, I still believe, I mean, I just like Lisa said she grew up Roman Catholic. Well, I did too. And
Yeah.
I don't know if you did, but
I don't know if it was Roman. I did grow up Catholic. My mom's a Protestant. So,
well,
yeah, I'm not religious anymore, but that's how I grew up. Yeah.
and I'm not either. I'm
Yeah.
very spiritual, but
Yep.
I'm not religious.
Yeah.
But one of the things that was drilled into us is you didn't brag. You didn't,
Yes. Oh my God.
you never would say those things. You could say them about other people. You couldn't say them about yourself. So that brings me back kind of to the marketing
The
factor.
bio. Yeah.
How do you phone people up and tell them how wonderful you are, or send them an email and oh, blah blah blah, and it's like there's that little on the shoulder going, listen, Missy, listen, Missy, you're not worthy of that. That's not being godlike or
Yeah.
whatever, right?
Oh,
And
yes.
that sticks with you.
It does.
It's
Even
like, I
even to
mean,
the point where for my very first speaker reel that I did a couple months ago, I got Scott to read my little bio thing at the beginning. Scott McDermott. Yeah. I was like, thank you, Scott. Because I
yeah,
couldn't read it myself.
exactly. And a lot of that, comes, like I say, from the way we were raised, right? And like you say, we don't feel worthy to express that part of ourselves or to even think that way because, oh my, you're bad. You're bad.
Yeah.
For us, it was like a mortal sin. You have to go to confession now. And
Yeah.
then now you got to tell the priest,
Yeah.
this is what you thought, and it's like, oh my heavenly days. It's like crazy stuff,
But it
so, but if you look to your experience and now can look at it in a little different, and if you take other experiences that you've had,
oh, so many.
and look at them with that little bit of a different twist on it. What's the wow in this experience? What is the wow there? Because there has to be one. And I've had lots of things in my life, Laura, that I believe we have to take responsibility for everything that happens to us.
Yes.
I believe that everything that happens to us, we we have orchestrated in some ways. Not necessarily that we deliberately did it, because we probably didn't.
No.
But there are many things that we have to look back and say, what emotional state was I in? What was I thinking? What was I attracting to have this event or series of events happen to me? So when we look at that, and I can go back now in my life that I've learned some of this, and I guess consider myself maybe a little bit wiser, and say, I can see where my part was in this. I can see what my emotional state was and
Yes.
how this happened to me. Am I happy about that? That I was that way? No, because I could have done without that 2x4. I could have done without the 6 previous 2x4s.
Yes.
But I'm really glad now that that last 2x4 helped. You
Just
know?
the visual on that. Oh,
Haven't you seen my 2x4?
no, I didn't.
Oh, I might have to go get it for you.
Oh,
I
okay.
used it on stage. It was my prop on stage. Maybe I'll get it for you when the
I
next
did
guest
hear
comes
about
on,
it, and then I
I'll
forgot
take
about
I'll take a little break, and then I'll bring my little 2x4 and show
Oh,
you. But it's I call it my buddy
your buddy.
because or my friend. I tell people I'll share my little friend with them. But yeah, so I think as we look back at things and we find the wow, it's a positive as opposed to beating ourselves up. And when we can look at that, and so like I'm hoping maybe that might be helpful to you at some point, where when you're in the middle of one of those, if you can start finding the wow in it, that you will be able to maybe come through it with less pain and agony and frustration.
So I
And
started.
if you need a reminder, you can come and call me. You can just call me.
Just call you. One of the things I did start doing was when I'm having a hard time as a ENFJ, which is extroverted, intuitive, feeling judger. It's part of the 16 personalities, the Myers-Briggs. As an ENFJ, one of the things when we're not feeling great, we tend to go into our introversion and do a lot of thinking, which is the complete opposite of what we normally do, which is really helpful as I'm getting older. So one of the things was I actually started writing down, get rid of the light. There we go. Some of the things that I desire, like what is it that I actually want? And then coming up with some words to just take all of this and minimize, simplify into something that's easy. And then at the same time, I was reading the Law of Attraction book, and I created my own. I know the light's right there. We'll do this. I created my own list of like, what is it that I don't want? Okay, well, what is it that I do want? And I started going through the homework of the book. And it's just this, it's given me an opportunity to sit in this uncomfortable feeling and to look at this time and opportunity that I have to go, what is it that I do want? Where do I actually want to take my business? What kind of health in me is required to support even the next step of that, let alone all of the amazing things I want to do? We all agreed earlier we want to change the world. Great. I cannot change the world until this part of me is at least foundational level supportive. And so
Laura, I don't believe we can change the world. I think we can inspire the world to change.
Yes. Yes. You keep calling me out on all the words I normally use. Thank you. No, it's good. It's good.
As long as you promise to do the same for me.
I feel bad sometimes. We're in an interview and somebody will use a word. For example, one of my words that I'm picking on right now is the word balance, like work-life balance. And I heard this somewhere. I do not remember where. My apologies. Somebody used the word harmony. I was like, oh, that is so much more descriptive of what we actually want to happen here. Work and life doesn't have to be equal. They don't have to balance, but they do have to be in harmony with each other. So I know that
I love that.
intrinsically, I put career and business and my message really high. It just comes naturally. I can't help it. But family for me is actually more difficult. I have to think about that. I have to think about my relationships. It takes effort. Hence the not having friends, not having friends. Like it kind of goes back and forth. But I like that. And so I'll pick up on words like that in interviews, just as you've done to me twice so far. And I'm loving it. And I'll suggest to people, like, here's what I've been doing with things lately. Do you like this suggestion? Does it feel better for you? That kind of thing. And so far, people have been really nice, but I'm hoping nobody's been like, no, Laura, no. And told me I can't use the words.
I think you can use whatever words you want.
I know. One of the other words that bugs me, since we're on the subject, is the word stress. People overuse the word stress all the time. Stress can be good and stress can be bad. There's like a sweet spot of stress. So then I'm encouraging people, including myself, when I say it, to use the word challenge, just as you mentioned earlier. And I think Lisa mentioned earlier too. This is a challenge. So now we kind of get that, I can face this challenge. I'm kind of empowered. It's like when somebody tells you that you can't do something and you just get mad and go full force on proving them wrong.
To prove them wrong.
Yeah. It's so much fun. It looks like we are having a slow day today. I don't know where any of our guests are. And I don't know some of them.
That's most unfortunate because it's such an opportunity for people to be able to get their message out in the world and, have a recording that they can use and all kinds of stuff. Like, wow, why I don't understand why people don't come.
Well, sometimes it's actually a time change issue.
Yeah.
Like,
that does get in the way.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Actually, Sunday that just happened with a friend of mine. She and I have been trying to connect for so long. We've known each other for many years, and she actually used to work for me. And we've been trying to connect, and we text back and forth once in a while, and then it doesn't work out. And for us to, and so we decide, okay, we're having a Zoom call at this time on Sunday, and there we go.
I thought about doing that.
She lives somewhere where they don't change time.
Oh.
So it was so funny because I'm waiting for her, she's not coming. So I sent her a text, and then when she saw the text, she was, anyway, we did end up having a phone conversation, but it was so funny because exactly that, the time change just gets in the way sometimes. And it's really hard when you're talking to somebody in Australia or somewhere. Like, okay, how you're a day and this ahead, and it's like, okay, I gotta go 13 hours or 15 hours or 16.2. It's like crazy.
0.2. I like the point.
And then the time change when we change again. I don't like the time change. I don't like having the time change. I think it's just absolute silliness to me. But anyway, we're stuck with it at this point. So someday, and it's, then when the time change happens and everybody in other places have to get used to the time change and we got to get used to theirs. And oh, Lord help us.
So I think it's your turn to ask me a question.
Okay. Let me think.
I think we have about 25 minutes before our next guest.
Okay, so after our conversation that we've had today,
yeah.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I love all of this. I think that's pretty open and
evasive.
I can't think of the word right now. Oh my God. Obvious. There we go. The obvious word. Yeah. I think it's pretty obvious that I do really love these things. They always pick me up. And I almost always cry. There's something that gets me every single time, whether it's somebody's message or the way that somebody had thought up something crazy cool or somebody's story. It's like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. That's obvious. I tell people that. It's like, look, this is me. I'm going to cry. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to be super playful. I'm going to be super deep. We're going to go everywhere and explore everything together. So I don't remember how am I feeling now? I'm a little sore, and I'm intentionally trying to distract myself from the pain, but it's also kind of affecting my brain at the same time. But I'm feeling good. And I also like that, Deborah, you're the type of person where we can just chat. I don't feel like I have to have a list of questions with you and go, oh no, we have to fill time. I'm going to ask her question number 32. It's happened. It has definitely happened before. Oh, a friend of mine, I finally had my interview with Brad for his Empowerography podcast. I don't know when it's coming out, probably at some point. But we've been trying to do this for 2 years.
Wow.
I know. I met him at what used to be the Speakers Boot Camp, which is now the Experts Boot Camp. He was one of the podcast panelists. So we were learning how to pitch podcasts. For those of you who want to learn how to pitch podcasts, guess what's coming up this month? The Experts Boot Camp plug. But I had met him then. We were chatting in the chat, and he's like, I would love to have you on my show. But then I moved 4 times in 5 months. And then I bought a new house, and then emergency renovations, and then sickness, and oh my God, just life. Finally got it done. He wrote this lovely list, if I can find it, of a whole bunch of personalized questions to ask me during my interview. I have never seen a list like that. I'm going to just pull up 1 or 2 questions because I think it would be fun, and I'll apply it to both of us. He came up with 37 questions.
Oh my Lord.
And he gave me the sheet beforehand so that if I wanted to prepare, I could. It's like, dang, okay. Okay, I like this question. This is question number 6. What drives or motivates and inspires you to keep going and excelling at all that you do? So I'm going to ask you.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you that.
Well, passion, I think. Passion to share what has been shared with me. You know, Dr. Krawick, as I said, became my mentor for the curling photography and for so much. I mean, she introduced us to she introduced us. She was a doctor of nutrition. I know more about minerals and supplements and stuff from her than stuff that it's 20 years ahead of its time. She was, well, I'd say she was a channel. She was extremely spiritual. You couldn't, you would not be able to be in her presence if you were negative, because she could pick up on that. I remember one time I phoned her, and I don't know what my issue was at that moment, but I thought, oh, I'm going to phone Agnes. So I phoned her, and we talked for, I'm going to say maybe 15 seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And she picked up on my energy and she said, okay, got to go, bye. And she would not compromise her energy for anything. And it was so powerful because when we were around her, we were powerful. We were empowered. So she just taught us so much about that. And me, I had the privilege of being with her a lot. We spent hours and hours. We'd go for long lunches and she'd share her knowledge with me, and we'd talk on the phone and she'd share her knowledge, and she taught me just so much. And she taught me about, attraction and law of attraction and that sort of stuff. She brought Abraham Hicks to Canada the first time they ever came to Canada.
Nice.
Many years ago when they first started out. I mean, I go as far back with Abraham Hicks to when we could do phone calls with Abraham.
Oh, wow.
So I go back a long way with Esther and Jerry and Abraham. So, and I've been to lots of their conferences and cruises and things like that. So, but yeah, so Agnes, she taught me what it was like about, to have a passion for certain things. And that, I think passion is what probably drives me more than anything. And then necessity, I guess, also.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess those would be the things for me. Years ago, I was at my friend's house, and we had just been to see Agnes and probably had our pictures done and whatever, our Kirlian photography pictures, and just had a wonderful time because it was always wonderful when we were with her. And I remember I was standing at her sink, her kitchen sink, leaning on it. She was kind of over in the doorway, and I looked at her and I said, I don't know how and I don't know when, but I said, I'm going to work with Agnes. And she looked at me and she said, you're not going to work with Agnes. She said, nobody works with Agnes but Colin. You're not going to work with Agnes. I said, yes, I am. And I did.
Nice. How did that happen?
I just knew it was going to happen, and I just trusted and had faith. And I helped her on many things, and we worked together on different projects, and it was wonderful.
Oh.
I don't know how it happened. Law of attraction took care of it.
I don't know. It just
I put it out there, and that was that.
That's the part I've been working on with the homework that I was showing, the pink and green part. Ugh, stupid light. There we go. The last part, I've been avoiding it because I know it's the thing that I need to look at. It's step 3. So first one is identifying, like, what do you want in the Law of Attraction book. The second step is, because I like to show things, is your desire statement. I know you can't really see. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Desire statement. And you work out things like, I love knowing that my ideal, fill in the blank. I love how it feels when, fill in the blank. I've decided, fill in the blank. Like that kind of stuff. And then the last part, so you're attracting it. And the last part is working through your limiting beliefs so that you can really work on lowering the tension and the doubt, all the stuff that's holding you back. I'm like, but I don't want to look at that. But I know I need to look at it.
We all have resistance to things. Yeah.
I've identified limiting beliefs, but I haven't done the other side yet. And I promised myself that I would not start reading this book because I really want to read it until I finish my homework. So I'm slowly working my way through, but it's coming. So what drives and motivates and inspires me to keep going and excelling at all that I do? Yeah, a lot of things. I don't even know what I said in the interview or if he even asked me this question. What inspires me to keep going? The idea that the old me that was in the middle of her struggle, that all she needed was somebody somewhere to come and help. And that could, even at first, be just come and listen to me. Come and sit with me. I almost died 7 times. And there's a lot of lessons in that, but I can think of a lot of deep, dark moments where I just needed somebody to be next to me. Or to be, with me on a phone, right? Whether it's a phone call or just on the other end of a text message or image pun. Pick one, right? And yet, how many of my clients or audience might not have that? What keeps me going is no matter what I'm doing, this is the part I'm working on, the way that I'm being is helpful. So now I'm trying to discover, what does beingness look like? What does it feel like? Can I start to add value to that instead of all of my skills and stuff that I have confidence in? It's I got skills. I can do skills. Skills are cool. I can accomplish things. But the intrinsic worthiness, the beingness, I don't know. Working on that part. So it motivates me to know that old me needs me.
Well, new you needs you too.
I know. New me is like the next step to old me. But if I can't go back and love her as she is without being fixed, because she's not broken, she just wants support. So if I can go back and do that, then I can come back to present me with a little more compassion and grace, which is also something that I miss a lot. I don't have a whole lot of grace when I make a mistake. So practice.
But is it a mistake?
Thank you for calling me out on my words. See, I love this. It's like a coaching session live. I don't ever feel like it's a mistake. It's a path that I might not want to go right now, but I am learning to trust myself to figure it out as I go.
But it's brought you to where you are now.
I know.
So maybe it's just the path. You know, the path isn't. The path goes
It's
like
a straight line, Deborah.
this, and sometimes there's a tree in the middle of it, and you have to go around. And sometimes there's some bumps, and sometimes there's some major mountains. And somehow you gotta blast through them, or you gotta go over them, or around them. And so it doesn't mean that anything is really wrong.
No.
It means that maybe we didn't listen to the whispers, so we had to go take a detour.
So many detours.
Oh, trust me. I know how many detours. Many detours. I look back at my life and I think sometimes, what were you thinking? You ever see that commercial? What were you thinking?
Oh.
And it's like, I go, oh my heavenly days. Why didn't I listen to my dad or my mom? And why did I need to take the hard way? And why didn't I listen to myself? Why didn't I listen to my intuition? You know, why?
Yeah.
Well, because we're the sum total of who we are. We're the sum total of our experiences. And as we tally it all up and we think about all the things that have happened to us, you know, we survived. And like you say, look at the skills we've gleaned and the wisdom that we've gleaned. And I think that's something that when we're young, we don't realize if we get the opportunity to look back, you know, that we live that long, because a lot of people don't get the privilege of becoming older. That it's, as we look back at it and we can see, you know, if I would have done that, gosh, that would sure made life easier. But would it have been as interesting?
Yeah. Oh God, if I had so many things. If I had just trusted myself. I'm thinking of the time in grade 9 where I went from being in the elementary school in grade 8 to shifting so many pieces of my identity. So my brother left home. I was no longer on the jungle gym, which meant I was no longer the entertainer, and I was no longer the center of attention. The guy I had a crush on for 6 years publicly said he didn't like me. You know, just all of this stuff kind of happened at once. All my friends rejected me in grade 9. They're like, you're hanging out with guys, and if you don't care about us, then we don't care about you. And so I was like, that's fine. And I left. So I'm thinking about all of that and all of the emotion of that. But yet I'm also thinking, like, if I could go back and tell that version of me, hi, Lisa, we'll get to you in a second. If I could tell that version of me, I love you. Just those 3 words. I don't even need anything else. Just, I love you. I know that every single piece of my life since then would be so much different. Not that I want it to be different.
So sit her on a stage
Yeah.
in your heart and in your mind and in your quiet, and put her there. And lovingly sit across from her or in the audience if you want, and just tell her.
She knows. I've told her.
There you go. There you go.
I had a
So she
really-
doesn't need you to keep telling her. She already knows that part.
I
You don't
know.
have to, she's a quick learner.
She really
She's a
is.
quick study. So she's got it, and she's trying to tell you she's got it. And it's okay. She's saying, you're not abandoning me, Laura, when you move forward.
No.
Because it's almost like you feel like you're abandoning her. That's the feeling I'm getting, or the message I'm getting, that it's like you feel you're abandoning her because you're wanting to move forward and she's back there. That's the
one that
message I'm
feels
getting.
abandoned. Yeah.
But she's not. She's
No.
not feeling abandoned. You're feeling like you're abandoning her. She doesn't feel that way. She's saying, would you go already? Just get at it, because I'm coming with you. She says, I'm coming. I'm not going anywhere. I'm coming too, but you're like in the quicksand here. You're holding us back, Laura. Like, stop it.
The
That's what
sand.
she's telling you. She's saying, just stop it. Just stop it right now, because I'm right there with you. You're not leaving me behind. We've learned this stuff together. We've grown up together. And now we're moving forward together. So could we just move forward already? That's what she's telling you.
I hear. There's a lot more messages with that, which I will sit with, and I will let you know how that pans out. But the whole like moving forward, I was like the hips, the knees, the feet, the hands, the wrists, the back. Just, I know that there's a lot of resistance with moving forward. I know, as Heidi talks about grief, that whole like closing of this chapter. It's like, I want to set this book away. This chapter is done, but I'm in that space in between wanting to start the new chapter. It's like starting a new book, like a new, fresh, new notebook, right? I still have a few pages that are only half in the old one. No, Laura, to start the new notebook, you're good. Don't put your notes in random pages that have little tiny empty spaces. You'll never find them. I love how Lisa.
Well, and here's the thing. Maybe instead of looking at the fact that you feel you're abandoning her, the two of you get to take this journey now together. So neither one of you will ever be abandoned. So it's okay to move forward, because you're moving forward with your friend. Your best friend's there. So she's right there with you, holding your hand, pushing you up the hill, pushing you to get at it. And she's trying to tell you it's safe. You're okay. You're okay, because she's there with you. She's not abandoning you, and you're not abandoning her. And you can't. You can't abandon her.
I imagine
she's there with you.
She is. I
And
imagine
she's never going to abandon you.
No.
Because she would have a long time ago if she was, Gemma.
Yeah. So I imagine my heart as a portal, and this hair is tickling me. And in it, I picture me at my age as the best, ideal, my favorite version of me. But then also that inner 6-year-old that I spent a lot of time healing, and we played for a good couple years together. And then my inner 8-year-old who's finally starting to open up and talk to me, because there's like a 6-year window in my life where I don't have a whole lot of memories, and it starts around age 8. So like to have her living there, she'll come out and hang out sometimes, but she still hasn't had that conversation with me yet. But that's so much more than she used to. So I'm so grateful for that. And I do like the fact that I can picture me going in my heart to go visit and them coming out to visit. But my ideal version of me never leaves my heart. She lives there. I have to go visit her. She refuses to come out. Just like you mentioned with your mentor before. All that negative energy, no, leave it over there. Positive energy only. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to breathe. I'm going to shake it off. I'm going to dig my toes into the sand a little more. So, Lisa, Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready behind the scenes. Oh, yay. I think we're bringing you up a couple minutes early. That's okay. We've been hanging out. So I will let
Hi,
you know
Lisa.
that I'm sitting here with my toes in a bucket of sand. And we're just being completely honest and having fun while we're at it. So Deborah and I have had a huge empty space because life happens and time zones happen and mistakes happen. So we've just been chatting away about some personal stuff, about our favorite ways to share our message. She's coaching me. She's calling me out on words I'm using. Like, I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. So I just want to welcome you. Check that. Cool. Yep. I'll see you in a couple minutes, Deborah. I will put you backstage and then just let me know when you're back and I'll bring you back up.
Okay. Lisa, we'll talk to you in a bit, okay?
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thanks.
Cool. So it's you and I for a minute, Lisa.
Awesome. That'll be fun.
Will you do something with me just to start? Because it's kind of what we need right now. So I'm
Sure.
taking a couple deep breaths. I invite you, if you want to do the same.
Sure.
It's been a long day.
Sure. Yeah.
Emotional. Got some coaching. Trying to like look behind the scenes of who's supposed to be next. Do they have the link? Did they message me? Wait, what? So I'm shaking it off right now. And I invite the audience to do the same thing. Like, just stand up if you can, move your butt, shake your hands, whatever it happens to be. Okay. So Lisa, I know you've been here before. I think you get a little bit of my pattern.
Yeah.
But I do want to shake you up when we first start. So I'm going to
Sure.
ask you the question I've asked you before.
Okay.
Grab my notebook. Now I have to find that page again.
Oh no.
I'm sharing my own.
You just said that. You're allowed to start a new one.
I'll figure it out. So the question here. There it is. Just random
Starting
page.
your page. It's okay. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to keep it all together.
Nice.
So
Okay.
I write this all down. You can't see because of the light.
Oh,
But
love
every
it.
time
Yeah.
I interview somebody and I start with this question that I'm going to ask you in a minute,
Okay.
I write down what they say.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that I'm using your words. But at
Okay.
the same time, it's research.
I love it. Okay.
So here's the question.
Okay.
If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Oh.
I know I catch people off guard every time and I love
it. I'm like, So I think caring.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first word that came to my mind. Thoughtful.
Okay.
And I think a leader.
Ooh.
Hmm.
And there's my daughter walking through the door. Cool.
Good. Now you know where she is, so that's good.
Oh, she has a gift for me. Is it cookies?
No, it's not.
Oh, thank you.
It's really fun.
Oh,
nice.
she gave me a flower.
Oh, awesome.
Sweet. You
Beautiful.
can say hi if you want. We're live, but that's okay.
Hello.
That's my daughter.
Hello.
Oh, can you close my door?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Love you.
Oh, I feel so loved. Cool. I'll put it over here. So, now I'm all
Yeah. Aw.
receive.
Good timing. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm seeing a pattern in the people today as well as this week.
Okay.
Everybody starts off with that word of, I want to be seen as kind, caring, nice, like that kind of realm. And then the second one is always about their thoughts.
Yep.
So you said thoughtful, but then we also had impactful and curious and that kind of stuff. But then the last one is always about pushing boundaries. So it was
Nice.
like, you said leader, but then we had game changer, like revolutionary. It's like, oh, great.
Oh,
People have
awesome.
a pattern this time.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Very cool.
So why did you choose caring, thoughtful, and a leader?
because I think they all go together. Number one, to be honest, caring and thoughtful were the first things that popped into my mind, because they are what I am, and I think they're what makes me a good leader. So yeah, because, and I want to clarify the caring word, because I think we get confused, because I think sometimes the word kind we think is putting ourselves behind. So allowing people to do things that we don't want to do, or not putting up our own boundaries. And so that's the same for caring. I can be caring and hold a boundary. I can still care about you, but hold a boundary. I can still care about you and say, I've been doing more for you than you're doing for yourself, so I'm going to stop now. That is still caring. I still care for you, but I trust you're going to find your way, because how I've been helping you isn't working. So I think that there's a line there that we sometimes cross, and it's come up a few times because I coach leaders. It's one of the things that comes up quite often. Oh, I can't say that because I'll hurt their feelings. Well, no, actually you have to say that. And the fact that you're not saying that is actually probably hurting their feelings more, because they can feel that you're not happy with them, but they don't know why. And that makes it worse. Right?
Okay, the image of the mom that just goes to a room and is yelling, like, if you don't know why I'm mad, then I'm not telling you. Like,
yeah,
that
yeah,
kind of thing pops up.
yeah. But okay, and those ones though, I think that's a mom at the end of a rope, because she's already said it. Right? Because
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Yeah, I recognize that sometimes. Like, I resemble that remark where you're like, "Oh, are you kidding me? You don't get it? I've told you like 100 times." So
that's where I'm at most of the time.
Yeah.
It's like I hate repeating myself.
Yeah.
Maybe once, but
yeah,
if I've told you and I've given you instructions and I've like set everything up, and then you go, what?
Yeah.
As Deborah was saying earlier, it's like that's when you bring in the 2x4.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God.
But also I think sometimes, so I teach, like I have a leadership book and everything, and I teach in the book that sometimes it's just that people have a different personality, and so they don't hear it in the same way we do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have a very quick mind, so that my personality does have a very quick mind, so I've moved from one thing to the next very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And I will say something and I know I've said it, but if I'm working with someone who has the more analytical, and they're not slow. I don't want to say slow, but they think things through. So when I've gone X, Y, Z, they're still on X and they totally missed Y, because they're still thinking about all the questions they have about X. They didn't hear Y, and then they might come back for Z, because I've moved through 3 things and they're going, wait, right? And if they're not confident enough to say, hey, Lisa, you lost me, stop, then I know that that's a problem. So, and I think sometimes that's the case when you're talking about the mother who's run off and is like, I've told you, but we've said it in the same time that we've said 6 other things. So they didn't hear it all.
Yeah. No. So
And
you did mention that you coach leaders.
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate?
Sure. When I was in human resources to start my career, and I took a coaching course, and I was like, wow, this is pretty awesome. And I realized that it doesn't matter how long or how much we try in human resources to give everyone what they need prior to becoming the leader, it's never good enough. We're never ready. And and even if you have a really great system, inevitably someone doesn't get through the system before they get thrown into the job, because someone quits or someone leaves or something happens. And even if you've got a beautiful system, they get thrown in before they're finished the system. So when I went in, it was to coach leaders to really just to get the best out of their team. And the other piece for me was, when I was in HR, I'm not the best policy writer. I'm not the best policy follower. That's not what makes me good at what I do. What made me good at what I do was making the leaders better at what they did. Because if the managers were managing well, my job got way easier. I didn't have as many problems coming in the HR office.
I like that. And I think that's where we have a lot in common. Is I love working with solopreneurs and entrepreneurs, because I know, like, if I'm the person to lead everything and do everything, I will crash and burn.
Yeah.
I can't sustain that. What I'm really good at is seeing a human being for who they are holding that space for them to grow and showing them how they can take the next steps to move forward. And so I feel like I'm an amplifier for other badass people,
Awesome.
but that's my superpower. So I will stay in my lane and hope that, because like we mentioned earlier, and Deborah's laughing now, but we want to change the world. We want I can't remember what word she asked me to use instead. We want to change our world. We want to change the world. We want to inspire change. See,
I said we can't change. I don't think we can change the world. I think we can inspire people to change in the world.
Yeah.
Well, I think we can change in our area. We can change ourselves, and sometimes you provide things for people that you don't even realize. I was at a conference last weekend, and we had done the year before, we did an author's panel. And so I met this girl on the author's panel, and then we had an author's corner. So on all the breaks, we'd all be in the same section, and we traded books, and because that's what we do. So I have all their books. And I was talking to her, and I said, oh, are you not doing a presentation here? And she said, no. She said, I thought we were only allowed to do the author's panel. I said, no, you can apply and do a presentation as well. And just as an FYI, you sell more books if you do a full presentation. And she said, oh, okay. So I went back to the same conference this year. I was doing a presentation again. We actually didn't have a physical author's corner this year. They just let us set up a table randomly. But I came back and she's like, you inspired me. And I did my presentation this year. And I couldn't go to her presentation because I had something else that I was doing at that time. But my friend went and she said it was awesome. So just those, like, I changed my world, but I changed her world. And then she changed other people's world. Yeah. So she has a very inspiring message, and she had a very difficult life, but she's an incredible person. Like, you wouldn't know when you meet her, she's the bright, sunny person, whatever. But there was this difficulty that came before she got there.
Yeah. Oh yes. Where I was going with this whole like world change. Yeah. I know that I'm an idealist. I know that I can see the world as this other thing that it isn't currently. And in order to reach all of that change, I need 10,000 lifetimes to do it myself. Or I could just take this lifetime and get 10,000 people to help me do what they do best. And so that's why I want to like support the other people. So I like that.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
And it feels good. And then you're like, this is kind of what Corey's doing too, is he's a leader and he's leading, but he's bringing people up with him.
Yeah.
He's like, how can I help you with opportunities, with training, with connections, with whatever he has, right? And now we're doing the same things in our communities because we have more opportunity too. It's like, good. How can we pass this stuff on? It's beautiful.
Awesome.
So is that your book behind you?
It sure is. Yes.
With ease? You have to show us up close.
All right.
Multiple copies. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Creating a solid foundation for your leadership role.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, it started actually as a course when I had an interesting experience with my last job was not right for me. We had I'll just call it a values mismatch. We'll put it that way. So it wasn't, I should not have worked there. I should not have stayed there 3 years because it just didn't do, they didn't do things the way I did. And so I was constantly told I was wrong. I wasn't wrong. I just didn't belong there. And even with that, for the first while, I was like, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. You're wrong. Like, you're not doing this right. People don't like working here. Like, they work here just for the money. They're not giving you their best. I've never seen a company where people have more outside businesses than this one. That tells me they're not fulfilled in their jobs and they don't like what they're doing. So, but I couldn't get them to see that stuff. And so the constant for me was, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I had a boss argue with me for 20 minutes about something. And then she finally said, well, I don't know. And I was like, but I do. And I just told you. And she was like, oh, but she argued with me for 20 minutes first. It's like, okay. But what happens after a while when you're in something like that, when you're somewhere where you don't really belong, it starts to go at you and who you are. And so I knew that when I left there, I was going to start a coaching company. And I only ever wanted to be a leadership coach because that's who I've worked most of my life with in HR. I was already leadership coaching technically without the proper training effectively. So that's what I was already doing. But when I left, my confidence was so shot from having been at a company that just constantly told me I was wrong that I wouldn't touch it. I absolutely would not touch leadership at all. I was going to just be a life coach, and I had no niche for that. I was just going to be a life coach, and that was it. You both know in business, if you don't have a niche or you're just throwing stuff out there. And I got a few clients, but not a lot. And then I was working with someone and we were talking. It was a good friend of mine, and she said something that was happening at her workplace, and I was like, oh, they shouldn't be doing that. This is how they should be handling that. And this is what your leader should be doing. And I went on, and she goes, Lisa, you light up when you talk about leadership. Why aren't you coaching leaders? And I was like, okay, it's time. So I created this course, and what I did was, well, you can see, I'm doing the wrong hand, but you can see behind me, there's all those binders. That's like a pared down version of all the management training I've received through my career. Like, I've received a ton of training because I would change companies and they would send me to new training in the way they did it. Right.
Yeah.
So I had all this training. So I pulled out all the training and I went, okay, what are the 4 basic lessons that if they had these 4 basic things that a new leader would be like ready to go. So my focus was new leaders. That's who I was looking at. And I created this course, and it's 4 lessons, and I teach it over, usually teach it over 4 weeks, or I would teach it over, 8 weeks. And then I would teach it, we'd come back and I'd coach on it. So I created these 4 lessons and started teaching it. But what happened is, inevitably, it's not what you think is going to happen, right? I was doing this for just new leaders, and I was getting leaders who had been in the role 8 to 10 years, who didn't have this experience, who had never received this training.
Wow.
So yeah, 5, 10, 8, whatever, somewhere in there. When I really meant it for, and I was marketing to new leaders. But I realized that even though I have all that training, others did not. And just like everywhere else, they had been thrown into the role because they were the best mechanic. So we made the best mechanic the supervisor. We made the best counselor the supervisor. We made, so no matter what your experience was, if you were the best at your role, we threw you into the manager's role. And that's not always what was expected. And then a couple of years ago, I have a book in my mind. I started writing, obviously in Blue Talks. I have a chapter in a couple of the Blue Talks books.
Oh, which ones?
I am in volume 3. And then
it's me
now. Yeah.
Oh,
Yay. Yeah. So I'm in volume 3. I was also in, there's another book, Heal, that I think that's how I met Corey. I was in Heal. And so I decided, okay, it's time to write my book. And I have this grand idea for a book. I have this really big book idea. And I was talking to a publisher, and she does what they call hybrid publishing. So she does everything a publisher would do, but I pay her instead of the other way around. So she said to me, Lisa, that's too big. You'll never finish it. She said, start with something that you can finish. Do you have a course? And I said, I do. And she said, well, why don't you just write the course? And I was like, oh. She said, it'll support the sales for the course and do all of those things. And I said, okay. And she said, plus, I think if you do the course, we can get it done in 6 months, and you'll have a book under your belt. So that next one that you're thinking of, that's probably going to take you 2 years, she said, you'll know that you can finish it. So even if it takes you 2 years, you'll already have one complete that you can complete the next one too.
I like that.
Yeah.
But why writing? Why not just stick with the courses, the videos, the in-person stuff? What led you to an actual book?
I think partly writing the chapters in the other books. But it also, I think putting it all together like that just made such a huge difference. I mean, I had the lessons. It was a very, very different process though. It's one thing to teach something and tell a story out loud, and a whole other thing to write it down. So one of the things that came with this publisher was, they had, I had a coach. So I met with this coach. I think I got 10 sessions with her. So what we do is we'd meet every 2 weeks. And she would say, okay, I want you to get this portion done in the 2 weeks. And I would be like, okay, perfect. So we had the outline and we would work through that. But she often had to tell me, okay, you can't write that. You can't write that, because I wrote the stories how I tell them. And you can't do that because no one can hear sarcasm in a book. There's one story I tell, and when I tell it, when I share it, I had a really good relationship with this person. And so how I tell the story is, he came to see me after I heard something that he'd done. And I went, you idiot, what were you thinking? And she goes, well, you can't write that. People don't know that you're laughing when you say that, right? And I was like, oh yeah, that's true. So we had to take some of those pieces out and write it in a different way. Sorry, my dog decided he wanted to sit on me.
That's fine. I have 3 cats that were in and out yesterday.
Nice. So
you better not be in there today with that sand.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't want the sand.
No.
So yeah, so it was a very different process, but I think the writing, it puts it out to a different audience as well. And it helps to create that interest. And I think it really helps, obviously anyone who's involved in Blue Talks, we're all interested in public speaking and all of those things. And so it also helps for that. So when I'm applying for public speaking, they can look at my book and go, yeah, you're someone we want to hear from, or, that's not quite the message that we want for this presentation.
So today we're focusing on the ways that we actually share a message. And we were talking about books earlier. So I want to know, Lisa, was there ever a time where you didn't think you'd write, or that you hated writing? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I swear my high school English teacher is likely rolling over in his grave. He really Lisa's writing. This was not writing's not my forte, and English was not my forte. I just wanted to read the story. I didn't want to break it apart. Just let me read the story. I don't want to answer questions. It's just a good story. Leave it alone. So
Lisa was listening
to
us.
Why do we have to analyze everything? Can't we just enjoy it? Like, really, isn't it true? Can't we just enjoy something? Yes. Why do we have to pick it apart? Be it a movie, a book, a talk. Let's just enjoy it and be happy about it.
Yeah, it's just a good story. Leave it alone.
Yeah, people say to me, did you like that movie? Well, yeah. And then they start breaking it down. Well, I just wanted to be entertained. I just wanted to just enjoy it. I didn't get that. No, I didn't really look at that outfit. And no, I didn't care about the decor.
The decor, that's awesome. Yeah. Nope, didn't catch the decor at all. Yeah.
Who was that? No, they had a dog. Oh, okay.
There was a dog
watching the show.
That's awesome.
I'm just reading the book. I'm just in another world. I'm just reading the book.
Yeah. That's awesome. But yeah, I think in high school, I think no one would have thought I would be a writer. First of all, I don't think you could have had me sitting down long enough to write a book. I was playing sports, and I was here, there, and everywhere. I was, so to sit down and write was boring. Boring. Yeah. But yeah, so no, when I was younger, I totally didn't expect it. And I think I was in 3 other books. There was another one called, it's up on my shelf. I have to look. It's called Her Global Voice. So I started with those 3. So I started with Her Global Voice, Heal, and Blue Talks. And in those, I don't share mostly the leadership journey. The Blue Talks is where I start to bring the leadership portion into it. Ooh. I actually had half my thyroid removed, and I never came back to full energy. So my hormones have been off since, and I have a really hard time now. So where I used to do CrossFit and P90X, my body can't do that anymore. I just burn out, and I'll burn out for a couple of days. So even I can try, but I have to be really careful how much energy I expel in a day, because even you get this very cellular tired, and it was really hard. So that all happened right after I'd worked that yucky job too. So there was this period of a really kind of rough time. And so starting to write that story, as you know, when you share your story, it heals part of it as well. And then by the time I wrote the first Blue Talks, the volume 3 that I'm in, by the time I wrote that story, I was able to start to bring it into and connect it with leadership and the importance of that, because that's when I had really started stepping back into, okay, I'm going to coach leaders because that's what I do. And so there was going through that. And then I decided, okay, I'm done telling that story about the thyroid. My life has changed completely. I still can't do CrossFit or P90X. I walk my dog in the morning, and then I do a little bit of exercise, like 10 minutes or 15 minutes of yoga or a 10-minute weightlifting or something like that. And then I have to stop because it'll just exhaust me.
That's so interesting. And I want to ask you many more questions about that, but they're very personal. We'll just connect afterwards.
Yeah, sure.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Because I've been very open this week. I was having a lot of issues, hence having sand under my desk and like the living room chair. And I was laughing on yesterday. I'm like, if I have to, I'm bringing that couch over.
Nice.
Putting it right in front of my desk.
Awesome.
So we're making it work. I want to know, what are some of the other ways that you share your message? So we got that you're a speaker.
Yep.
We got that you've been on panels and in corners, so just face the corner, and writing books.
Yeah.
We also talked about art and photography as different ways. What are some of your ways that you like to share your message? I love photography. It's not something I necessarily share with the world, but I've always taken tons of pictures. And I had a friend, I had a good camera, but I'm not the figure this out, use the right mode, whatever. I just like to point and shoot.
Snap.
Yeah, snap, done. So I need it to be as automatic as possible. But I went away to Australia. I did a trip when I was in my 30s. I went to Australia, New Zealand, and Fiji for 5 weeks. And I came back and there's always the cliche of, oh no, we're going to have to look at their vacation. I love it. Pictures, show me more. Right? Yeah. There's that cliche. Oh no, we got to go to Lisa's and look at it. But I went to a friend's place and her husband's like, no, just like plug in your camera and we'll look at the pictures. I want to see some of them. And I was like, well, okay. So we plugged the camera into the TV and the pictures started running. And he's like, you're a great photographer. And I was like, I'm not. Like, I don't know how to use the camera properly. He's like, no, but you can frame a picture. Yeah. I said, oh, okay. What does that mean? And he said, well, he had actually taken some courses. And he said, I took a course with this guy. And the guy was like, he knew how to get the best frame and he knew what shutter speed and all of the different things that you needed to do. But he couldn't frame a picture. I said, well, what do you mean? He said, well, it was always like crooked, or he was looking at the wrong things, or like it wasn't centered, or he said he just could not frame a picture at all. Like, I was like, that's hilarious. I said, I didn't know that was a thing. I said, I just point and shoot. I just point and shoot. But it's not something I really share with the world. I share it with my family, but I'm not sure. Oh, you have the grid.
So do you see that? No, do you see that circle?
Yes.
So that'll tell me when there we go.
Nice.
It'll best shot. And then that's when you click it. So it tells you how to frame it. And then I know the ratio of thirds and that kind of stuff. So then you get the grid set up, you tell it tells you where the best shot is. Click.
I don't do that. I look through the viewfinder. I'm like, ooh, that's pretty. Click.
It's my phone. It's not
I'm
even
with
a camera.
You, Lisa. I'm with you. Don't make it so complicated, everybody. I can't take it.
Yeah. And while I say, I guess I don't share it with everyone, I guess that's not true. Every year I make a calendar for my mom. And I take pictures of my whole family. In the last few years, it's been a little bit more difficult because we obviously through COVID, we didn't see each other as much. So I started just getting my siblings to send pictures. So now I share my own pictures, but also everyone else's, because I have 8 nieces. I'm the youngest of 4, and then I have 8 nieces and nephews. And as they get older, it's harder to see all of them all the time and stuff too. So yeah. So I've been doing that for years as well. And I have tons of pictures now because they're all online. I don't know what to do with them. It was so much better when you had to print them out, because then you would put them in a book or do something with them when they came home. Right now, they just live on my computer.
In the box.
I have boxes everywhere.
We've got some photography. We've got writing. We've got speaking.
Mm-hmm.
We were also chatting about singing. Like, are there any other ways that you share?
Actually, that's very funny because I do speaking. I've been talking to someone about taking some voice lessons. Ooh. Because one of the main things you learn when you learn to sing is how to control your breathing.
Yes.
And so I took it with a friend of mine, talked to a friend of mine. It didn't work out when she was planning it. So that none of that happened, but it is something I have been considering. I like to sing in the shower and other places, but again, it's not something I share with others.
Yeah.
So I did last night I shared a story at Toastmasters, and part of the story had singing in it. So I sang at the Toastmasters meeting, but it was just a very quick couple of beats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was.
What's your favorite way to amplify your message, to share your message?
I go back and forth with this. So I really like the one-on-ones. So I love working with someone one-on-one, because then the message is tailored directly to what they need. So I've never really loved the coaches who say, I'll give you the 5 steps to this, because I don't believe in that. And the reason I don't believe in it is because my 5 steps are not Laura's 5 steps, or not Deborah's 5 steps. They're possibly close, but I'm going to need something in there that you guys maybe don't need, and you're going to need something that I don't need, or vice versa. And so I've really always, so I love that one-to-one, because I think that it really gets through to what it is. Well, when it's me, it's what I need, or I can really work on with just that person. But I've also since I never liked public speaking. I actually went to Toastmasters to learn to public speak. I was terrible. And I really was terrible. I hated being in front of people, but I knew it was going to be career limiting for me if I didn't. And not even just in the business. When I was in human resources, I used to have to do things like employee meetings or training sessions or orientation. And I was so terrible that my general manager told my boss, Lisa can't do the employee meetings anymore. Yeah. He said she needs to improve or she can't come back. So I went to Toastmasters and started to speak. And it was something now that I knew how to do. It was a skill I had. So I get up there, I'm still nervous, but I don't look nervous. Like, people don't see it anymore. People think I'm very, very comfortable and whatever, but there's still nerves there. And now more recently, it's just become an enjoyment. It's just something I like to get up and talk to a large room and figure out. I mean, it does always worry me because, like I said, that one-to-one message, because when you say something, I will say it in a way that for you, it's going to land one way, but it's almost like I don't want to give permission sometimes. Like, I work with a lot of people who, Laura and I talked very early on about this. I work with leaders who think that kindness means don't say anything to hurt anyone's feelings. Well, that's not kind. You're a leader and you're working towards a goal. If that person isn't on the same road as everyone else, you need to get them on board. And you can't sugarcoat it. You can't, try and dance around it. They just need to know what is it that they have to do to get on board. And it's not unkind to tell them what to do. It's actually unkind not to tell them what to do, because what they need, because they're actually feeling that from you. They know they're not doing a good job. And so I'll have those people in the crowd. And so someone like that will ask me a question, but I know that next door is someone who really needs to hear, you have to consider their feelings. Right? Like, that sitting right next to them is the guy that you have to say, but did you ask them how they felt about that? Are they comfortable with that? Did you, there's that balance, because we all have different personalities. And so who you are. And I often say that now in speeches. I'll say, well, who you are. Are you the one that needs the message that you have to go and tell them? Or are you the one that needs the message of, hey, maybe curb your message for that person. Maybe they can't handle your bluntness. So or
say it in a different way.
Yeah.
That has some kindness attached to it. I mean, there's ways to say things to people that you don't. I mean, I'm very blunt. I am, but I've learned over the years that, okay, you could temper that a little bit, with just being a little softer in some areas.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I think there's ways, ways to say it. I was listening when I was off. I was doing some things, but I had my earphones in, so I could hear you guys. And I agree with you. And Lisa, you were saying about how the one-to-one is one way. But when you're speaking to a large room, when I had my marketing business, well, I still have it, but when I was really active in it, one of the things was that I prided myself on is everything we did was customized for that client. and what that client's goals were, and what those, and taking it further even down was we customized it further for each salesperson we had to deal with. So I feel it's what made us so successful. I mean, I had the same clients, some of them for 15, 20 years stayed with me, and the same with some of my contractors. So it was, and I geared what we did to my contractors. I didn't hire a contractor and put them with clients, just like you were saying, people getting put in the wrong job. So often that happens. Oh, you know, you're the whatever. Oh yeah, you're going to be the manager now. It's like an entrepreneur or a solo business owner. You might be really good at these things, but you're not necessarily good at that. So you shouldn't be doing it. You need to hire somebody for that.
Yes.
Just because you own a business doesn't mean you're good at everything. So what I used to do is I didn't hire people and then get the clients. I got the clients and found out what they needed and what they wanted and what they did. And then I hired a person to match that. Awesome. I hired a contractor to match them.
Beautiful.
And I'd say to them, okay, I don't have anybody right now, so we can't start tomorrow, but we're going to start planning, and I'm going to find the person that has an interest in your business. So if it's selling this type of a widget, I'm going to find the person that wants to sell that widget, because they want to sell a different kind of widget, doesn't help you.
Yeah. So
I think that's important to remember, that we have to shift and change and adapt.
Yes. Yes. Well, and how you adapt matters. And there are times. So one of the first things I teach is, I always, in the course, I do DISC. It's a personality assessment.
Yes.
I don't care which personality assessment you do, just do one. Because the whole point to a personality assessment is understanding that people don't think like you. And that is what makes a team. You want people, and I will go in with clients and I will say, great job. You've hired people on the full circle. So DISC gets in a circle. They plot you on a circle where your personality is. And I'll say, great job. You've got the whole circle. And companies where I go in and they've hired everyone that's like them, I'm like, this is not good. And they say, what do you mean? I'm like, no, this is really bad. You all think the same way. It's not positive. Nobody's thinking about, depends what side of the circle they're on. Nobody's thinking about the task, or nobody's thinking about the people, or nobody's pushing you forward. Like, you need that whole group. It takes longer to make decisions, but the decisions are better. And so it's worth it to take the time. It's worth it to take the time. It's worth it to have people around the table who are different. And then once you know, and the reason I teach this is because then on some days, like in DISC, I'm a D. So I'm a DI. So I think a lot of, I think a lot about the tasks, but I also still think about people. So, but I do focus a lot on task, and both D's and I's move quickly. So I move forward really quickly. And when I hire someone to work for me, they have to be the people that will slow me down. No, Lisa, you can't do that. You need to think about X, Y, and Z. So that's who I need around me. And I know that. However, I annoy those people and they annoy me. Right? Like, we need each other, but we annoy the crap out of each other. And so I had a great woman who worked with me, and she understood who I was. I had actually brought my coach in to do DISC with us. And she would come into me and say, Lisa, here's what you need to know. And she would mostly give me like an abbreviated version of events. For those of you who are older, I often call them Cole's notes, but I've learned that people don't know what those are anymore. So she would give me an abbreviated version of events. And but there were days where she'd have to come in and give me everything. And so instead of just coming in and starting to go off, she would knock on my door and she would say, Lisa, I have to give you all of the details. Would you like them now or after lunch?
Oh.
So she would give me the space to go and get myself in the headspace to talk to her, or to listen to every detail that she was going to give me. And then the other thing I could do then, because I was aware of what she was about to do. And like I said, I know it's going to annoy me. So I would get up from my desk. I had a separate table in the office, and we would go sit at the other table. so that there was nothing to distract me. I couldn't turn to my emails when I started to feel fidgety or whatever. So we worked it out. So there were days when, you know, I'd have to say to her, no, I need you to tell me in my way. I need you to give me the D version. And other days where she was saying, no, you're coming in, you're getting the C version today. So if you're in DISC, the C version is the more detailed version. So we could just use that. And when I teach it, I say that to people. Well, now you have a nicer language. You know, hey, I see, I'm feeling your S right now, but I don't have time to, I don't have the time to go through it with you. Can you just take it from the way I need to give it to you today in the D, and then tomorrow we'll talk longer? You know, something like that. Because different personalities, we give them nasty names when they're not like us, right? Like, oh, you're too detailed, or oh, you're too touchy, you're too, you know, you're everything.
Sensitive.
Yeah,
you're too sensitive. Don't be so sensitive.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you're so sensitive. And like they're just kind of mean words. So instead of saying, I say to people now, I say, then go in and say, hey, your D is showing. Can you come and be with the rest of us? Can you come and be a C with the rest of us? Because we all have the ability to be all things. It just takes more of our energy. So I sit like at the top of the circle, DI, like I'm up at the top of the circle. And the way they described it in my training is that if you think of where you are on that circle and you put an elastic around your pin, so I'm at the top, it goes, because I'm sitting backwards on the screen, I'll see if I can do this. It goes D, I, and then S and C. So D and C are on the same side, I and S are on the same side, D and I are at the top, S and C are at the bottom. And so I'm at the top of that. And if you put a pin up there and then put an elastic around it and try and pull the elastic and think of all the energy it takes for me to go to the bottom half of that circle. So think about what energy you have to pull on that elastic. That's the energy it's taking you to be something else. So for me to sit down and write a book, I have to be in that other space, right? Like I can't be in that D space where I just want to move. I have to be in that other space where I look at the words and I make sure that I've put, you know, the actual right word and check the spelling and do all of those things. So when I was writing the book, I would do other things between. You know, I would go out and walk the dog in the morning. I would write for a bit, and then I would go and do something that I enjoyed. The easiest time for me to write was when we were camping. We went camping and I would get up and write every morning for an hour, because then I had the rest of the day to have fun. Right? I got to be myself for the rest of the day. And then I knew I was only giving myself that hour each morning, and it was perfect, because it will zap your energy to be what you're not.
I like that analogy, or that diagram you were describing, where you said, if you take that pin and an elastic and how far you have to stretch, that goes equally for the person at the bottom that has to stretch to the other. And so I think that's wonderful for a visual for people to be able to see, because we often don't see, okay, this is difficult for me, but we forget that it might be difficult for them. Well, because they don't count. It's only me.
Yeah.
It's all about me.
Yes.
You know, it's, you know, they don't matter. It's all about me. You know, the sun shines out of you know where. So it's like, so I think that's a really good thing, and would be really useful for people receiving training in leadership, and even colleagues to, like, not even leadership, just colleagues to be able to see that. I think that's like a really wonderful visual. And
I do it with, I brought it in for a leadership team once, and then they were like, we need to teach our whole staff this. And so they brought me back, and I did all of the staff, and I've since gone back and worked with them.
It'd be almost good for them to see the elastic snap, so that they realize when that colleague kind of loses it, or the manager, or the, you know, vice versa, however you want to do it, it's almost a really good visual. It's kind of like my curling photography and the thoughts, right, Laura?
Yeah.
It's a visual to be able to see it and know that, hey, that person's elastic just snapped. Like, that's why they jumped down my throat. They're not really upset. They're just having trouble. You know, they're just having trouble, and their elastic snapped, you know. I think it would be a much better way than, oh, you know, she or he's just to be a TCH, you know, and, you know, being miserable today, you know.
or crazy, or all the other terrible things they say to us. Yeah. And I think I've worked with a company where, like I said, they were all one thing. So they were all very close to C. And there was one girl on the other side. There was one I in the group. And we finished the training and I asked them for feedback. So they gave me feedback. And the one said, well, maybe instead of just letting us speak, kind of point people out so that somebody else has to go first sometimes, because who went first all the time? The I. And I called her after and I said, look, you're going to find that all the time. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, unless you guys have been giving a full agenda and information prior, you are going to be the only one that can speak that quickly. And I said, so either you need to get comfortable with silence, because they're all comfortable with silence. They will sit there and think it through before they speak. I said, or just accept that you have to speak first, because you are giving them another perspective to think about in their thought processes. And she was like, oh, I said, they can't do it. They can't speak first. I said, you either have to just like hold your tongue and breathe through it. It's going to be uncomfortable for you, or just speak first, because they're happy to hear your perspective anyway. You're giving them a new way to think of things. And she went, oh, like, because they have to walk through everything, because they won't speak until they've thought it through. You and I can make the mistake of saying, okay, here's my answer, Lisa. And then I can say, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about this? And you're good with that. Whereas they're not. They have to have thought through their answer before they actually give it to me, for fear. For them, it's because they don't like to make mistakes. They want to, when they say it, it's going to be correct and thought through. When I say it, I'm just going to say it. And please tell me if I'm wrong. Please tell me if I've not thought something through. Like, that's the way I am. I verbally process. And so you've got verbal processors on your team and you've got thinkers on your team. So let the thinkers think. And she was like, oh, I said, that is like, honestly, it is going to be a problem for you every meeting you have with these people. And she was like, oh. I said, just know you're doing them a service though, because you're helping them walk through. And she was like, okay. I said, you're literally helping them. And then once they hear your perspective, they can give you their thoughts on, oh, I thought about that, but I didn't think of it this way. And then they can start sharing, but they won't start sharing until you shared. She was like, oh, I know. I said, I know, but you're the only one. It's going to be exhausting for you sometimes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
As a high I, I'm pretty sure both of you have been in breakout sessions with me before. So as a high I know that if there's not the host or somebody literally on the team taking control,
yes,
I will step into that role just to make sure that everybody has time and space to share what they need to share.
Yes.
So, but what I've started doing is I know that I can take over. So I'm like, I will go through the room and I know that I can do it quickly if I need to. So I'll introduce the room. I'll tell them what the plan is. I usually have a timer. And then I'm like, we're going to go in screen order. And if you're not ready, we can just come back to you. So then I'll call somebody out. And if they're ready, great. If they're not, we move on.
Yeah.
And then I'll go last unless they all say, no, you go first. Then I'll go first.
Yeah.
Right. But then it's a choice and they feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
When I was in college, I have to tell you, I went back to school as an older student because I didn't know what I wanted. So I just went to work and did jobs and worked and had a good time. And finally, when I decided that I wanted to be, an executive in management somewhere or my own business or whatever, I decided to go back to college or to college. So I was in a leadership program. It was executive business and you had to be working full time and you had to be going to school full time. So it was a pretty, and they considered 3 classes full time. So every time when we were in organizational management class, we would often be in groups. Most time we were in groups. And every single time, it's just what you're describing, Lisa. And had I known this then, I would have been a much, much wiser person. I would emerge as the leader every single time. And I felt so badly because I'm thinking, okay, these people are these young kids. They got to be learning this stuff. And oh my God. And I'm always, is it because I'm the older one? Is that what it is? so finally, and I had worked at the college, so I knew my prof on an equal level, right? So I say, Doug, after class, Doug, I don't know what to do. I feel so badly. I always emerge as the leader, Doug, and I feel so bad for these kids, and I feel like I'm taking away their learning experience. And he looked at me and he said, Deborah, you're in a leadership class. You're a leader naturally. He said, it's always going to be you.
Yeah.
Oh, I said, so am I not hindering them? No, he said, you're not. Oh, okay then.
No, you're giving
But
them what to follow, right? Like, oh,
I
that's how
guess
you do
so. But it was like I felt so badly, empathetic as can be, with them. But I'm like Laura, and I'm sure Lisa, you as well. When we're in the breakout rooms and people are humming and hawing, somebody needs to take charge, or you're going to spend 10 minutes and nobody does anything.
Yeah. Yes.
So
And then we become that person, and because it's a natural leadership thing. I used to call myself a reluctant leader, which and someone
I guess me too.
Yeah, they said no, that just means you're a natural leader. And I said, okay. I said, well, this is what I mean by reluctant leader. Like, I will step up if nobody else steps up. And they said, no, that makes you a natural leader because you don't have to be the leader. You can recognize who's in the room, and if someone's in a better position to take it, you'll let them and you'll follow. But if no one's in the room that's going to take it on, you can do it too. I was like, oh, I didn't think of it that way. I said, like, because Deborah, like you said, I would just get annoyed. Why is nobody stepping up? Fine. I'll
do it again.
Fine,
Like,
I'll do it again.
I have to do it every time? Like, what's wrong with people?
Good, I'm going to step up now. Lisa, I want to say,
yeah.
like, we are out of time. This has been delightful.
I know,
and the whole day has been kind of crazy. I was like, wait, nobody's here that I thought was going to be here, and everything is changing, and that's okay. We go with the flow. Lisa, I want to make sure that we know where to find you and what your favorite way of communicating with people is.
Well, so you can find me on LinkedIn and Facebook, or you can just go straight to my website, and then you can find me in Always. So the website is lmwcoaching.ca.
Oh, yes, right there on your name tag. Perfect.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I put it right there.
Yeah. And then I want to make sure, let's say 60 seconds or less-ish, somewhere in there. If there was one thing that you needed people to take away from your conversation today, what might that be?
Be yourself.
Ooh. Or just plain and simple, just be yourself.
Well, I can give you a little bit more than that, but the more you are yourself, the more you're willing to let others be themselves.
Ooh.
So if you get comfortable in who you are, you can accept that others can be who they are and work with them in the way they need to work in. But if you can't be yourself first, you're not going to let them do what they need to do.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Thank
that.
you so much,
So
Lisa.
wise.
I enjoyed this. Sorry for not paying
Me too.
attention for the last couple of minutes.
No, that's okay. I saw that there was stuff going on. Deborah and I were fine.
It's all good.
Yeah, we handled it, Laura. We handled it.
We got it. We got
We're
it.
leaders.
Yeah.
We're leaders, and we just do it.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
See you,
Bye,
Lisa.
Lisa.
That was great. Bye.
So we do have our next guest backstage, which is
Awesome.
what a day. Oh my God. So Marcella, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Okay. It's like I always like to give people just that little bit of time of no, just let me fix my hair and then we're good. Okay.
It's all good.
I'm a little off the ball right now because like today, especially, we had 3 windows where there was nobody here. I think part of the issue was we also have a Blue Talk going on live, and some of the people that I was supposed to be interviewing are actually busy being on stage right now, which is amazing, and we celebrate them for that. And there was a lot of last minute people, which I don't have access to. That's Corey's calendar. So welcome, Marcella. Big surprise. Yay. We get to hang out tomorrow, don't we? No.
Yes.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah, it is tomorrow. Yes.
Ooh, I'm all excited.
But it's love to be here, even though it's a last minute thing.
It works for me. I was going to ask if you wanted to fill in for one of our slots today.
Okay.
But it was 10 minutes before going live. I was like, I don't have time.
No,
But we're
no.
here.
I
We made
literally just got ready 10 minutes ago because I just had the reminder come here on my screen. I was like, oh, okay, no dinner now. Hurry up.
So I'm going to ask you the same question. I know I've asked you this before a while ago, but I love starting with this question because it shakes up the conversation just a little bit. So here it is, Marcella, if you're ready. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
What would I love or what's the reality?
No. What would you love them to say about you? You
Um,
can do reality afterwards if you want.
yeah. Well, I would say it's friendly, lovely, and crazy.
Ooh. Oh, I like that last one. Do tell.
Yeah, why not?
Why would you, in a fun way, I'm assuming?
Of course, it's in a fun way because
Okay,
I
so-
have this let's say this bubbly energy. So I am one of those things that I only will do what I want to do, never what people expect or want me to do. So sometimes I can have, some crazy wishes like, okay, today's a lovely day. I'm just going to jump on my car and just drive to the seaside. That's kind of a crazy,
Ooh.
But yeah, this is also part of have the freedom to be myself, to do what I want.
So I'm going to tell you right now that right now my feet are in a bucket of sand.
Mm.
So it's like I'm on the water. I know. It was like, I just need something to ground me and distract me from sitting in a chair all day. So I'm just playing with it. It's so nice.
Okay, yeah. Okay, wonderful.
I want to start with asking, first off, I need to know about those wings. I know I've asked you before, but please do tell, like, what's with the wings? I love them.
So the wings, this before was supposed to be my healing room. Okay. Yes. So we have decorated everything. So we have beautiful, lots of feathers, literally just on top here of me. Any case, but it was my late husband that had put the wings for me, and we took a lovely picture. So for me, it represents that he has my back in heaven. Yeah.
Oh, that is so sweet.
I know.
Oh. So do you?
His energy would be there with you then too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Does he play a part in your story and why you do what you do?
I would say I have dedicated my book to him because he supported me in do what I do. He always have believed in me. He always knew that I had somehow this mission to be at service and to be able to support people. And I believe this is why he didn't mind to be the mother and the father when I really needed. And I said, I need to live a life. I cannot just be career driven and, over the weekends be the mom. I need to take my weekends off and start actually traveling to be able to explore more, especially the spiritual development. Yeah.
So what do you do, Marcella? Because I'm thinking that even though Laura's talked to you more, a lot of the audience probably isn't maybe as aware.
Yes, and we
So
haven't
maybe
met
would you
before
share a little
either.
bit with us?
Absolutely. So I am a love and transformational healer. So I am really specialized in helping people nowadays with trauma and their relationships. And when I say relationship, I mean relationship with anything. It can be their relationship with money, procrastination, with their kids, with their loved ones, with, their beloved ones in spirit. Yeah.
Themselves? With
Yes.
themselves?
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. I'm all about self-discovery. And when I write, this is my main focus. How can I write in a way that I'm supporting people to actually dig more within themselves? So yes, as I mentioned, I am a writer. I'm also a spiritual artist. I have too many different hats, let's put it like this.
We've been talking about many hats today, including art. So, it doesn't everything just stream kind of perfectly.
It really does.
When, here we have another artist. So can you share more about that with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we're talking about my art?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that play a role in the message for your business?
So my art is something that I have been told many years ago while I had a soul reading that I have been an artist in the past. And funny enough, I arrived at home and, full of hopes and tried to do something that after I have done, I showed my kids and my husband, and they actually said, yeah, darling, I think you haven't got those skills yet on this life.
Oh, wow.
And I totally had to agree with them, because it was something like I could not even say that was an art. It was embarrassing. Yeah. So then 2 years down the line, I had another try. I just went for a day where we would be practicing art, and it happened. Suddenly I just have painted 4 things, and all of the 4 things I could give a full reading explaining how this was related to the person in front of me or to their loved ones in spirit. And then I realized that basically my first proper painting that I felt was rubbish and I literally just left on the floor, I showed to a friend of mine from Sweden, and she said to me, that could be on a gallery. It's really good. And then when I traveled to Brazil in 2019, I realized that painting, it was connected with one of the spiritual, let's say, entities that worked on that healing place. And that is specifically a person that I would call Dr. Augustus. He is the one that was responsible for I travel there, because when I look into the place, I was like, that's too complicated. You can go through 2 different airports or get a taxi or bus. I'm not going to go. If I find someone that have been there, can guide me, and it happened 1 month before my travel. I have met this person, and she's one of my tutors, translator. And I asked her, well, do you know any spiritual place where there is actually presence of spirits there that I can have an experience? And she said, there is only one place that I can recommend. And she told me the name of the place. I said, oh, okay, interesting. I was considering go there. And then she said, oh, I will be there in December. And it was exactly on those 2-3 days I had. So there was no coincidence, everything meant to be. And she said she actually works with this Dr. Augustus too. And he's the one that also gave me an experience of receiving spiritual healing. So they said, although John of God that was involved in many scandals, he was not working at the house anymore. He was basically at his home, kind of a prison. And they said, we don't have any mediums in charge of this place anymore, but we still have the spiritual entities working here, and the miracles are still happening. And I was like, wow, that seems to be fascinating. And I said, what I need to do? They said, well, you just need to have faith and pray. And I did for 3 hours, sitting down on a bench in the morning, then in the afternoon, another 3 hours. And then suddenly I just felt this presence. And then you're not supposed to open your eyes, but I had opened my eyes to make sure there was no one around me. And there was no one around me. Then I could actually see him. And then he said to me, we know that you need to get a flight tomorrow, so don't worry. And I had an operation, a spiritual surgery. And as soon as I left that room, my belly was massive, like I was 9 months pregnant. I took a few pictures, like my face was like really scary just looking to my belly. And I actually felt that I had the surgery just after that. And another amazing story is I am there in the queue, what they call the pharmacy, just to get some stuff to bring back. And I'm literally just there. And then suddenly the person in front of me, he literally just looked behind. And when he looked behind, I looked at him and said, oh my God, I know you. And I said, what? I said, sorry, you may think I'm crazy, but I know you. I actually have painted you before I come here. And then I showed him my phone and said, do you recognize yourself? And he said, oh my God, yeah, that's me. I said, yeah, I know, right? So I painted this man 2 months, basically. I just knew I would show that to someone or meet someone, and I would just find out who was this person. And this is how special my art is. I paint people that maybe I will get to know them one day. Or sometimes I have clients that just come here for healing, and I just feel suddenly a wish to paint. By the time they come, the paint is already done. And that happened a few times. And I feel a bit embarrassed because it's like, oh, they said they want a healing session and there is a painting waiting for them. Funny was once there was a lady that she came and I said, well, do you recognize this person? Oh, you have painted me. And I was like, okay. No. If I say to you that this is your mom, and she said, oh my God, you painted my mom. I said, yes, that was your mom. And then I start saying things about her mom and how that painting related to her, and she couldn't understand everything. And then 2 weeks later, she sent me a wonderful testimonial with the photo that she found from her mother, 1958. And it was a terracotta dress. Yeah, she found exactly the photo matching that color I have chosen to paint the dress.
Aww.
So
Awesome.
it's one of those things. I know it's extremely naive what I do, especially because I do most of the time with my hands. And I do very quickly. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just know it's done. I take some time, then I just look again and I start seeing things within the painting. Yeah.
So cool. So, Marcella, is there a message that you have for your like ideal client behind all of these stories and the art and the books, and like, what is your message?
I believe my message is a message of hope.
Ooh.
Whatever I do, I always feel that it's always bringing them hope. I hope to be a better person. I hope that they will have a better day. I hope that, the healing is taking place, that they will feel better when they wake up. So it's always translating to hope.
Aww.
Yeah.
What does, can you, okay. I would love to just take this moment because I'm feeling inspired to do this. So we're going to do this together. I'm hoping you will help us do this together. Is there some sort of practice that we can do for the next couple minutes just to lean into that feeling of hope that you had described for us?
Okay, something extremely simple is literally just feel into your own energy. You seem, it is that simple, disconnected from the whole world and just trying to understand what's really happening within yourself. And as you focus on your heart, you just fill that heart with love, with gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
And the gratitude is just for be in that present moment, to be who you are, to be able to breathe, to be able to feel your heartbeat. And that is one of the most sacred gifts that we have, that we take for granted most of the time. So as we focus on that beautiful energy that it's already within us, and we blank out all the anxiety, all the worries, all the what ifs, and we need to just focus in our own presence, we can start to allow to feel connected to the divine, to God. And then you feel the love, you feel the hope, you feel that you are enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like going back home and remembering who you are, being in touch once again with your own essence. And it's not an easy task, especially for people who have a monkey mind, but it's a simple practice. Yeah.
That was a simple practice.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Marcella. And as soon as you started speaking, like I could just feel your voice and the tone just kind of ground into the sand. It's like, oh, yeah. That's what we needed.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Thank you. As I said, I believe that through this path of spiritual development, I have seen so much. People pay so much money for others teach them. How can I connect with my higher self?
Mm-hmm.
What we have done is so simple, and is exactly the same principle.
Yep.
I mean, I have seen people charging thousands literally just for that, and then create wonderful meditations that's going to take them to the fairies, to whatever it is that they want to see and feel, but everything's already within us. And when we learn that every time that we do this, and sometimes we invest so much in someone else to show us that happiness, we somehow giving the power away. And that's what we need to be really careful, because as we give the power away and we trust so much on someone that is there trying to help, and that person maybe is a charlatan, and I'm so sorry to say, so honestly, and speak, black and white, but I just feel the call to say, and I don't know who's going to be watching this. Maybe there is a message there for whoever will be listening. And as you can see, I'm just making everything so simple here now. So, for example, I don't want to get haters, but I don't care. I'm going to say, that's me.
We have a theme of being rebellious.
Acoustic records, yeah. I had few people giving me acoustic records reading. If you truly, honestly ask me if have resonated with my soul, I'm gonna honestly say no, because when we know something and our soul knows, we will feel inside of us. Remember what I just said, returning home. So why does God would give someone the knowledge and the power to be able to access something that belongs to us? How about we learn to access? We give ourselves permissions for our spiritual team, for God guides and shows us if it's relevant to this life. Because when I started learning Reiki, and this was in 2008, what I have realized is as I started to practice and I was touching people, I had access to their past life. But I only would have access if it was something that was relevant to that moment in their life. Something that they perhaps was repeating a pattern without even know. Yeah. And I have met, for example, people that has been my sister or adoptive daughter, grandmother, through this journey. It has been amazing. And most of the time was them that actually have recognized my energy first. They just treated me amazingly well. A funny story. So years ago, I used to go to the gym, and this lady, she used to do massage, and she has a black and a white uniform. And all the time she would see me was hugs and kisses, and it was like a proper hug without leave me. And I thought, oh my gosh, she must be lesbian. But in any case, so when I have learned the Reiki, she asked if I practiced on her, and I did. And I realized why I didn't like to see her on a darker uniform, because she used to be my sister on a past life. And her husband had died. So she started wearing just long Victorian black dresses. And she also moved on to live with me and my husband all the time. So when I shared that with her, it was really relevant because she had a very toxic person in her life, that had the same traits too. And also, it has explained it. Why I always said to her, I didn't like it to see her wearing the black uniform, but also explains why she was so in love with me. So she recognized my energy somehow. When I told her, immediately she said, I knew it, that there was something. I just felt the connection. And I was like, okay, yeah, so it happens. So it's things like that I believe that God would naturally find a way to switch on every single one of us if we show the interest to develop. Because we all are psychics, we all are healers, we all can be mediums. What is that is missing? Commitment, willingness to develop, willingness to learn. That's all. So none of us are special. We all are unique. We all are special in the same way. We all can wear many different hats. And that is the beauty of our, let's say, amazing journey as human beings. Any questions?
I was just going to relate it back to our chat with Lisa. And although we were talking about leadership, we were talking about how people overcomplicate things. And I think that's why people often look outside themselves. They don't have enough trust. They don't have enough faith to trust that they have everything they need within. And so they overcomplicate it by buying this course and that course, and we all do it. I mean, I've certainly
Oh,
done it. I'm sure I'll do it again.
Yep.
But it's we tend to overcomplicate and not allow ourselves to reach what we need to reach, I think. I mean, some of us have to a point, but there's sometimes there's limiting beliefs and blocks there too.
I agree. I totally agree. It's all part of a big, I would say, a huge consciousness. One person has that thought, and that thought just carry on into generations. If someone say to you, for example, oh, you have a trait of a narcissist, what are you going to do? You're going to start believing on that. Because everything nowadays is about someone giving you a label. If you believe that you're fitting in and you truly believe, then what's going to happen? All you're going to have is just different labels. And then at some point, you're going to put yourself in a box and you're going to live life, ruled by what certain books are going to tell you that's supposed to be the symptoms or the personality traits. And all we're doing is stopping us to live in the current moment, is stopping us to just be curious, to actually question everything, just like a young child would do. When we say no to a child, what the child do? They will cry, or they will ask you why, or they'll get pissed off with you. Yeah. As adults, if we just follow the same principle, now I'm going to get pissed off because I don't believe that this is your truth. I believe that there is something else out there. I want to find my truth. And this is what is missing. We allow that inner child perhaps just take charge. Allow that inner child to be curious, because we have been curious once upon a time. And yes, maybe someone has stopped us to be curious, to be creative, to be loving, to be able to express yourself in any way you love, any way you want. And as time passes, we just start losing the identity. We just start losing the connection, with everything else that we believe, because other people created certain expectations about us. And when we create expectations about ourselves, then we are only competing with ourselves. The journey is totally different. You live for yourself. You start thinking that, okay, so the principle of being selfish, it also means to me that I'm actually prioritizing myself, my needs, my self-care, because in the end, we all are individual beings. In the end, life is going to come to an end for every single one of us. Yeah? Who's going to stay is going to pay the bills. I'm going to need to deal with all the suffering. Yeah? Or nothing is going to happen at all, because that cycle has come to an end peacefully, and all that the soul is going to take is all the lessons learned and carry on evolving. What a wonderful way to be able to perceive things and just parking all of the worries aside.
Well, we just go back to pure positive energy and selfishness. If you think about when someone calls someone else selfish, just think about that for a minute. Someone calls you selfish. They're thinking about themselves.
Absolutely.
They're, what they're saying to you is really what they are. And so self-love, we all need to have that. That's what selfish is. Self-love, looking after yourself. And we all need to do that. Now, it doesn't mean we have to be mean about it with other people. Doesn't mean a lot, but we just, like you say, you have to prioritize yourself. You have to set your boundaries in a loving and caring way, but you got to look after you. It's like we talked earlier, Laura, fill up your cup.
Yes.
Absolutely. And when we talk about boundaries, I think that can be quite scary, because sometimes we don't know how to position ourselves. And we try to put those boundaries there, and people sometimes they don't hear us. They can't see us, because again, they are being selfish. And then from selfish, then you become a narcissist and other labels again, just because you haven't met their expectations, because you haven't behaved as they have expected you to behave. But if you just can be happy with your choices and stick to what you believe, even if it's something you're going to realize tomorrow, 10 days after, that is wrong, it doesn't matter. At that moment, it was your decision, it was your wish. And if you just stick to it without feeling regret, without feeling that someone can literally manipulate your emotions in the future, then you're going to give yourself permission to commit mistakes, to failure, but also means you allow yourself to be in a state of maturity and growth.
So then how do you lean into that commitment, to that decision that I want to change, or I want to support myself, or I want to be doing self-care?
It needs to come from ourselves. So, for example, I grew up drinking coffee. Every single time I was coming here to a meeting, it was a mug with coffee. And suddenly I realized that I was having lots of coffee and sugar. What I have done is, a few years ago, I actually have said to myself, okay, by this age, by this time, I will start being healthier with myself. And if I don't, something's going to happen that is going to help me to wake up, because this is my commitment. Yeah. And then what happens? I thought, okay, I'm going to Budapest, and when I come back, I'm going to change my diet. What happened? All of us, we got food poison. 9 of us, eating different places in different days. We all had food poison. So it turns out that it was the last time that I actually had drank anything with caffeine. Oh. And now I'm 3 months without drinking anything with caffeine. I don't drink my Prosecco anymore, nothing with alcohol. And I think this is part of my commitment and the choices that I set to myself, because it's not easy. And how many times we said, oh, I'm going to lose weight, and we don't do it? How many times I say, I'm going to go to the club, and I go and I just go to the spa?
That sounds more fun.
No exercises. And it's like, you can see your body. Okay, I'm putting this weight, was not here. Something else is changing. Who is the responsibility? It's mine. Mm-hmm. And that's going back to, when do you know is the time? As the time will come where your body is going to tell you that is the time. You're going to look yourself in the mirror, or you're going to need to change your clothes. Something's going to happen with you and within you that you will feel at peace to make that choice and take the responsibility. Does that make sense?
That, yeah, my body's just kind of being an example of that right now. I yawn when I process. And so earlier Deborah was calling me out on some things, and then Lisa brought up some, and then you're talking about hope, and my body's like, yes, yawn more, process more. It's like, okay, I get it. I get the message.
But this is life. I feel that we all are trying to figure out, how's the best way to live the life. Mm-hmm. And yes, my way, it's not going to be your way. It's not going to be Deborah's way. It's going to be totally different for whoever's watching us. Mm-hmm. For them, they still carry on believing that Acoustic Records is going to give them all the answers. That there is, I would say, different things that they want to do in life that they will need to wait. Someone give them permission for that.
Yeah.
And that's how life is.
And it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay that people are in those, we have to meet people where they're at, right? Absolutely. And everybody's path is a different path. Absolutely. And some have had more lifetimes than others, and some are newer souls than some of us. And so we're all at different levels. And I think one thing that's important is for us to let go of judgments of ourselves, because I think we are our worst critics in most often, and to try as much as we can to let go of judgment of other people.
Yeah.
Because, let's face it, we've been, society raises you to judge other people. It's, there's all kinds of judgments going on, be it either, you know, political or spiritual, or not so much spiritual, but religion, just different cultures, different everything. There's a judgmental compartment there. And
There's
so I think it's
always
really,
Yeah.
pardon me?
there always have been. It's not there, always existed. So
Yeah.
you know what is part of my work too is help people to understand that they need to find what is their truth, and their truth can always change, and they never should feel guilty for that, because it's all part of their maturity, it's all part of their evolution. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I agree with that 1,000%. That,
Yeah.
and again, that's why I say we have to stop judging ourselves. And it's like Laura and I have talked all morning, because we've spent hours together just chatting, which has been wonderful, by the way, Laura.
Thank you.
That you know, we've talked about just different ways that we've evolved, and the way we can let go, and what path we're on, and that we're the sum total of our experiences and of our thoughts. We didn't talk about that, but we are the sum total of our thoughts and our experiences, which our thoughts create our experiences, in my belief. So I think that the more we can let go of judgment, I think is beneficial for us all. I believe.
I'm going to take that and lead into my next question then. So
Mhm.
we talked earlier about giving yourself grace and giving yourself that space and forgiveness. Do you have any sort of feedback on how we can, again, lean into that self grace and self forgiveness?
So that's a very good question. Thank you for that. So especially when I'm working with a client, yeah, there's always that situation of look within, having empathy, compassion, forgiveness. And guess what? It's never easy, because behind those feelings, there is a pain. There is a reason why in the first place they was not able to just having that loving energy towards the situation or someone. Yeah. So when I'm working with my clients, I help them to understand the whys. Yeah, they meet their perpetrators, they understand why they have been in certain situations. If it was in this life, it was in another life. I can say or see things, but I also take them on a journey so they can also feel and see for themselves. Okay. So while we don't understand what is the lesson behind, it makes it slightly difficult for us to be able to let the pain ease off, go, and disappear. And this is why I love the work that I do. Okay, the majority of the pain that we have and the suffering as human beings is because we have been disconnected from ourselves or God. Yeah. And the reason why we cannot forgive someone or a situation is because we're not being able to truly connect with our own love, with that energy of self-love, of empathy, but also self-respect, because sometimes the lesson is literally just acknowledge that there was lessons for you learn. Unfortunately, has been extremely painful, but somehow just contributed to who you are today. And the forgiveness that needs to happen is forgiveness towards yourself.
Yeah.
Because at that moment, you have made the choice to give yourself permission to get into a healing state. Yeah. And when you allow the healing to happen, you don't say, oh, I'm only going to heal the fact that I can look to that person now without criticize her. No, you do the full healing, because otherwise you're just going to be lying to yourself. So you can look to that person and say, all right, I acknowledge that everything has happened, and it's my choice now to move on, because I cannot change the pain that you have caused. I cannot change the pain that perhaps I have caused. But what I can do for the sake of my mental health is actually acknowledge that today I have made peace with the situation. I have chosen that it's not going to be a painful or a suffering situation anymore. I release myself, my soul through the love that I can give now to myself, to the compassion and the empathy and the respect I can give to myself. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. So now I'm picturing me holding on to like a free weight or something that you would have at the gym. And yet I'm saying I'm hungry, but I won't let go of the weight to pick up the fork or the spoon.
Mm,
I have to let it go in order to pick it up.
yeah.
Like, ooh, I like that.
Yeah, but it is. And we hold so much into revenge, to the frustration, into the anger, because somehow that have contributed perhaps for we have anxiety, for we have panic attack, for we feel depression. Yeah. But all of this is all part of our growth journey. And I know sometimes it can only sound as they're just beautiful words, Marcella. And I know because I have been there.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have been there. And through the process was like, bullshit, it's not going to work. But once you start allowing yourself to actually go through that journey of healing, and you think, okay, you know what? This is not going to work now and today because this is a healing process.
Mm.
And a healing process actually takes time. And the time, yeah, of course. And the time, it's going to be your time. So when I have my sessions with my clients, it's a 2-hour session. By the time of my session comes to an end, they got a beautiful smile on their face. They have learned their lessons. They feel much more confident with everything they have learned about themselves and their own story to be able to move forward. So on that time, the healing took place. But what is starting is a period of integration perhaps with the new identity that they need to step in.
I like that so much.
And that is so empowering.
It is. I want to ask you so many questions, but we only have a few minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Today, the theme really is focusing on like what are your ways that you've decided to share your message. So we talked about the coaching and we talked a little bit about your art. You did mention that you have a book.
Oh, I have a few books.
Do you have any beside you so we can see them or?
Not here. No, not here.
Not right. Okay.
No. But yes, so I have 2 others coming, I believe in the next 3 months. I had one book in March, Can't Break Me. On that book, I have spoken about resilience and my whole story, through business. And I also have written, every time I write different aspects of myself, but in a way that I'm giving value to people. I'm giving people food for thought. Yeah. So I have written about the soul transformation. I have written about love carries on, about parenting, how we can be better parents, about, our spirit evolutions and the effects that we need to have as we evolve and we start, for example, working with public. So I believe I just love what I do. But my main book, it's called Awaken to Embrace Vulnerability and Sexuality. So it has been bestseller. And then we have literally just done in New York, the launch of the second version with an extra chapter, and less than 24 hours was again bestseller. So I'm literally just very grateful for the journey.
So why did you choose writing?
Well, I actually had a vision and I was told in 2018.
Yeah.
I literally just had this vision, and at that time, my English I considered to be extremely poor. Okay, so when they showed me and they said I would be actually talking, for like a huge amount of people, I literally just cried and cried and cried. I was like, okay, if it's part of my mission, it means you guys know better than me, and you know I'm capable to do, although I can't see that happening. It took 5 years. It took 5
but
years.
you did it. Yeah,
it happened because it's something that I never forced myself. I totally doubt, to be honest. And everything started with, when they say to you as part of the marketing, you need to create a lead magnet. So I created a lead magnet, and I have never ever, no one ever see that lead magnet. Yeah.
sounds familiar.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was interesting because that was something that, when we talk about baby steps, that had to happen. And
Yep.
because they haven't got any visibility whatsoever, I thought, okay, well, I'm talking about vulnerability, but I'm not being vulnerable to. Then something has happened to us and my family, which I thought, okay, you know what? I had enough. I really had enough of, trying to be polite and trying to just hide, really. That was the word, And I was like, no, I'm going to change this. I have ripped off that and I started again from 75 pages. The book has probably 250 now.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the healing took place.
Nice.
Yeah, and then I never stopped.
Good. So I want to make sure that people know where to find you and what your favorite way of contacting people is, or being contacted.
So I'm about to launch my podcast, and it's called Shift Choices, Laughter Lifts. So I literally just press, the trailer to be approved today, and next week I will start posting the first 3 episodes, and it's something that is very dear to my heart. Every time I sit here to record, I absolutely love it. So I don't know where all of this is going to take me, but I just need to follow my heart and my passion. And guess what? This idea, the whole concept, it came from me asking the divine, please give me a purpose. My kid's not getting older. My son had everything happened at the same time. Loving his first job, got his first car, first girlfriend. It's like he's needing less money.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, my kids are getting, grow up now. So they're going to need less and less of my time. It means I can go back to travel and, seeing clients all over the world and do my retreats and, everything that I love. So please give me a purpose. And I woke up literally with the whole concept, what was about, the name, everything. I phoned one of my friends and said, do you have some time when we catch up? She said, yeah, I have. I said, how about we do half an hour of catch up and then we record something that might be a pilot of something else? And we did. And that day, the first name was actually Shit Happens. I realized that few other people already had lots of shit happenings on podcasts, and I can't use that name, otherwise I'm not going to get the visibility that I deserve.
Yeah.
So, I thought, okay, so shit, shifts. Oh, I like that. So it turned into Shift Choices, Laughter Lifts. Because in life, shit happens, but we have the choice to allow shifts to happen in our life. We have choices to allow some laughter to uplift our spirits and our vibrations. So there's my podcast now.
I love it. You have a website?
Yes, my website and social media is all Marcella Onyx. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. And then in about 60 seconds or so, I knew we went over time because we started a little late today. I want to make sure that you said what you needed to say today. So if there's something that you needed people to take from our conversation, what might that be?
Look within. Stop looking externally. Stop following. Be the leader you have been born to be. Believe more in yourself. Believe that, yes, you may not have everything that you need today, but it's only because you have not given yourself permission to heal yourself, to go within, and to truly reconnect with your inner power, with your inner strength. Lots of love.
Plug in, as we were doing yesterday. Plug it in. Okay, I just want to say thank you, Marcella, for coming behind the scenes and being one of our guests. What a crazy day, but I do appreciate you being here, because then it's not just Deborah and I talking for 4.5 hours. We get to have fun with other people too. Not that it wasn't delightful, Deborah. And I do want to thank you, Deborah, for being my co-host and asking some questions and getting involved. I love when that happens. And for not letting the conversation go dead.
Well, thank you. And it's Marcella, it's been a pleasure as well. Very wise woman you are. And Laura, you are always a pleasure and a delight. So thank you for letting me be part of this.
Thank you. I will ask that you stay for a couple minutes after I do end the live, just so I can do a little quick check-in. But for all of those watching, we are back again tomorrow for day 3 of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. Invite your friends. Ask some questions. We're going to have more people on that are writers and speakers and podcasters and artists and poets and all kinds of crazy things. So let's dive deeper into what they're bad at. Like, were they always a writer? Were they horrible at writing? Let's have some fun and look into that side of things tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
And they're going to have the crazy me too as your co-host.
Oh, yeah. That's Marcella. I was like, what day is it tomorrow? Marcella is going to be my co-host all day tomorrow.
And you're interviewing me.
And we're interviewing Deborah.
Nice.
It's going to be fun. So it starts at 10 a.m. Eastern up until 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So same bat channel, same bat time. It's all good. We will see you tomorrow. Much love. Mwah. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
We are going to end the stream. We dance and sing when we end the stream.